You have a HSR PFP. Oh! Wait, my Twitch stream actually works. He's actually- I thought that was a joke, alright. Wait, my Twitch stream works! What? Hi, Sparrow. Ooh, oh, I'm echoing, I'm a dumbass. Oh, and I opened Steam. What the fuck? Why does it enjoy the paranoia of never being sure if you're streaming or not? Alright. Why didn't it work last stream? Hi Ganya, hi Butterfur. Skirk V5 tomorrow, 30% DP increase. Is it tomorrow? Isn't it Monday? Also, do I sound fine? Is the audio balancing alright? Alright, now we can do it again. Can someone go... Can someone go follow on Twitch to see if the alerts work? Oh, you sound good? Great. Alright. It works! Alerts finally fucking work. You sound beautiful. Oh, thank you, Butterfur. I'm flattered. Alright. Okay, I guess we're good to go then. Thank God. Look, guys, I'm a genius. I got my alerts to work. Are you guys... Your Twitch stream is in sub-only mode, is it actually? Wait. Okay, that's... Interesting. Wait, I'm organizing my desktop. Alright. Oh. How do I unsub only mode it? Why is it even in sub only mode? Okay, that should fix it. Oh, that's my first ever profile picture. Oh my god. The best version. Okay, it's the best version. Relax. Alright. And I need to... Okay, that should be fine. Alright, let's start the stream. You see, I'm better than other streamers because normally they would like have the fucking wallpaper and saying the stream starts soon, whereas I just start and configure on the spot. Streaming on Twitch after 3 years? Yes, CJ. And it works! I should be multi-streaming. Wait, what? Why did the stream do that? It's not showing YouTube comments anymore? No, it is! Don't scare me. I'm surprised Final isn't the strongest on release. Yeah, well, Hertz is kind of broken. Oh wait, I can't... Okay, wait. New issue arrived. I cannot hear HSR at all. Oh, I just have it muted. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Alright, I guess let's make my Inoxa good. My Inoxa, he's not even 134 speed yet, actual brick. And his talents still look like this, so we need to work a decent amount of my Inoxa. Brick Inoxa, yeah, his relics fucking suck too. There is nothing, not a single good thing about him. This piece sucks. This piece kind of sucks. This piece sucks too. Yeah. This is like the only good piece, but it still doesn't have speed. And... meh. So I need to fix my Inoxa for sure. Let's farm his... I rather just farm relics at this point, because he's kind of unusable. Eagle, I guess. I was also so sad. 9 speed body and sucks. It doesn't have crit damage. Okay, Flip, sometimes you have to pick your battles, and that orb is a battle you don't take. Same with the body. Yeah, but everything else can be improved. You get 3 damage for free? I guess. I still want slightly more speed and a lot more crit rate though. Also on Hertz teams he's like unbuffed. Because you just give RMC to... well... I use Tribute. It's fine. I still want him to be a lot faster though. Hertz gives him 80. Yeah, but he's like my goat. I want him to be stronger. I also do want to eventually farm a DPS set for him. Because he's a good carry. Just a good solo carry. You should start incorporating low effort React Andy content. True! You're actually spitting. Let's go react to some Genshin videos after this, right? Sure. True, actually. Alright guys, link me some videos, I'll watch them. That's not a promise, by the way. Don't get your hopes up. React Andy arc? Yeah, and then why is Iango here? Actual stalker. And then I'm gonna like, when I react to the videos, I just repost them on YouTube. I make like 3 full-length videos of just reacting to people. Then I use the title and thumbnail to pretend like it's my own ideas. And I added nothing of value to the content I'm reacting. Ooh. Kafka piece? Question mark? Why aren't 1.0 enemies tanky? Kind of. It's maybe because they came out in 1.0. That probably has something to do with it. I'm auto battling. Do you think this is my gameplay?
Time to say bye. Boom.
Like, I get that I'm not the best at HSR, but still. You are good at getting unhappy at other people's day. Fair enough. I auto battle the entire game. The thing is, I was gonna do like my dailies by myself in silence, then I was like, wait, I may as well just stream it. Instead of being lonely. That's the true streamer mindset, yeah. I don't know if I'm gonna do this every day though, like maybe just a short stream. Just like a short stream every day or so. Wind is gonna be good for... Wind might be good for Kafka in the future. I'm not farming it specifically for her though, I'm farming it for Inoxa. And if I just get good Kafka pieces along the way, then I'll switch. But I do like her current set though. Yeah, exactly. I'm just doing this for Inoxa. If I get good Kafka pieces, that's like not the intention, but it would be nice, I guess. Can't wait for making a sandwich stream. Eventually, when I do my face reveal. Alright, that was all, not a single good piece. Let's roll the EHR piece to see if I got anything good. He's still British? What do you mean by that? Alright. Not a single speed roll. What? How did I know? Why are you streaming? Kath, what do you mean by that? Silver Wolf piece? Did you see the sun yesterday? What kind of question is that? Yes, I did. And I see the sun right now, and I'm gonna see the sun tomorrow too. God, do I have anything else to roll? No. It seems like I don't. Oh, wait, do you know what pisses me off about HSR? I get all the good pieces on like the offsets, those sets that I don't use. I need you guys to look at some of these. Right, look at these. Wait, no, not you. Look at this. This. All this shit I can't use. I just got here and you're gonna say welcome, ungrateful streamer. My apologies. Thank you for coming here. And then look at all of these orbs. Trust the process. Crit scaling break character, yeah. Surely. Look at this. And it's not usable on anyone. Why is this even locked? I should just order this. Useless. Look at this! And it's all unusable. Just keep double crit even if it's useless. That's copium. What are your thoughts on balls? What's hype? I'm so salty. Alright. How many pulls am I even for her as Lycone? Because I've been pulling since 3.3? Does Bootle even build crit? Don't you just build him full break? Okay, I'm on 50 pulls. One pull for her as Lycone. And no. Kuriza's good for him as like flat attack on a normal character, I see. Is making a HP orb with double crit for Tribi worth? She is C0 of course. That's a lot of resources. For a Tribi piece, I wouldn't really do that. Also, I saw on Twitter that this HSR event is apparently bad, so I'm scared. I'm going to lower my expectations. It's not bad, just auto gameplay? Alright, we'll see. Ignore the fact that I haven't even done the trials. Is it actually completely auto? That sucks. This is why ZZZ is the better game. Do the story? I'm not doing the story on stream. I'm gonna get called stupid in 35 different languages. That's way too much pressure. True! You weren't supposed to agree. Who pinged me? Oh my god, hold on. Oh, there you go. Bro, scared of his chat? Yes, I am. It's Giorno Giovanni? True! This is where he ended up after the end of Part 5. Legend of the Galactic Baseballer. They are never letting this joke go, good lord. And I just, oh my god, it's a raccoon because of Stell. Yo, get the lore correct at least. Is Caesar or Sunday fine? Of course. It's better than the fucking trash joke. Dude, this is the one thing I don't dislike. I know, right? Okay, this is the one thing I dislike about like Genshin and HSR, just Hoyo characters in general. I guess I don't think ZZZ characters fall into this, but the way they just like give a character one trait and then every single joke of this character is on this one trait. It's so frustrating. Did you guys know that Kaveh is broke? Cyno, oh my god, yeah, that too. What else? Guys, Layla is tired. She has eye bags. Guys, did you know that Lolly is actually really old despite the fact that she's young? No, the thing is, it's not even that the characters are one-dimensional most of the time, because I feel like a good majority of the characters are well written. But it's just that whenever it's used for a joke, they cannot think of jokes for a character that doesn't involve their their two main character traits. And it's unbearable sometimes. Oh, I'm going to butcher your name, but hello, thank you for being in my Twitch chat. My yearly stream. Good characters that writers can't use. Exactly. Hey guys, did you know Wanderer is the hat guy? I do think Ito is actually just funny. Wait, it's a combat event. Or not? What is this team? Your sense of humor is really bad? Okay. How do I play this? What? I've never heard of that game. Thank you, still. Bro can't even play a game on auto. Okay, I'll auto then. If you're gonna yell at me, I will just auto. Everyone has a love-hate relationship with Genshin, it's okay. Let's just auto this then. Destruct. I'm not willingly using Destruction MC. The game gave him to me. Hurts it. It doesn't matter. I want to get on the hate train for Genshin, but then I realized I play the game every day regardless. Why are you doing that? Yourself? You disappoint? I do not. Dude, what is there to like about Nahida? I don't understand. Actual terrible character. It's fun to bait you. Okay, hello? Please! I understand. Is the summon just going to be like the Virgin Universe Rain of Fire things? Where do you want me to press? Oh. Is this actually just the entire event? Why are you streaming at 6 in the morning, gang? I just woke up. Well, you have a wonderful flip stream to tune into now. Professional player, by the way. I don't care. Oh my god. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Are we still hating Malvika? I find it funny how one of the few things like every Genshin player agrees on is that Malvika just fucking sucks. Flip is literally streaming at 5 in the morning. Yes, I am. The Malvika hate never ends. Wait till Delta comes in, chat. Wait, don't events usually have a different gameplay loop alongside the main one? There's no short, this is just the entire event. And you can't even choose teams? Have you seen the Norkai Dreams? No, I have not. Do you mean the Twitter posts? Oh. I don't believe it. I think it's fake. It's not from a reliable source. We don't know the leaker, or at least I don't know what the leakers leaked. And at the very least, they aren't popular. And also, like, it just feels like a very satisfaction type of leak. Usually, they just release entirely new characters. So I very much doubt it. He's a HSR leaker, I see. How much do you leak? I'm not answering that question. I don't know. I don't trust it. I want to wait for a more reliable source to verify it. They were spot on with those leaks, apparently. Really? Hold on, let me bring it up. Let me see. Okay, hold on, let me read this. Wait, can I just add it as an element on top of the stream? Can I? Where did I save it? I forgot where I saved it, Jesus Christ. Am I this where did I save? Hold on. I need to download it again to find out where I saved it. I say, okay, it's in downloads. This. Boom. So, Babeloth, Columbina, is apparently the moon god. Sure. Varka's Onimo. The Torre's Electro. In 6 point... Okay, this is why I kind of don't buy it. 6.6? We apparently have stuff till 6.6. Bennett and Lanyon skin in 5.8. I can... To be honest, I can believe that. I can believe that. Because we are due for another, like, event, right? But yeah, the fact that... Is Barbara not Muna's master? It probably is, I don't know. I forgot Muna lore. But the thing is, right? Usually with new regions, they don't just, like, do old characters. They release new characters. So the reason I find this suspicious is that it just seems like a fan service kind of leak, if you get what I mean. Like, oh, here are all the characters you've been waiting for. Which is why I kind of don't buy it. I do know a decent amount of Genshin's lore. Shush. Okay, hi Delta. We were shitting on Malvika like a few minutes ago. Yeah, that's why it seems so unbelievable to me. And it's hard to take seriously. In my opinion. If it turns out to be true, that'd be cool, but I don't personally buy it. I am the most excited for Columbina though for whenever she comes out. Damn it, why did I miss Malvika slander? Good thing I wasn't here because y'all would have been cooked. Hi Delta, I hope you're well. Is the stream lagging by the way, or is it just my playback of the Twitch stream lagging? How is Columbina the moon god? I don't know. Don't ask me. You know, fish's feet size doesn't mean you know the lore. I don't know that. Okay, but that's not information I know. I miss your feet. Okay, whoa, whoa. We were. You know what? Honestly, while we're this event is so auto that is there any like funny videos you guys want me to watch or like bad meta takes we can react to? Because there's nothing interesting going on this screen, is there? Really? I told you! What said React to horrible gameplay. Should I? I was gonna say let me react to like my old videos, but then actually let me not do that to myself. Okay, can it not be ZZZ videos? I feel like I've talked about ZZZ enough. Wait, ZZZ is anti-Skirk? No, he's not. Isn't he called what? Hasn't he been like the #1 person glazing her? Please no ZZZ. Flip ZZZ lead coverage and Theorycrafting vids when. The thing is that I'm not good at ZZZ. First up, open your YouTube homepage and let's see how bad it is. Okay, wait, I need to open a whole nother tab. Hold on, if I just go on YouTube, it probably isn't that bad. It's just... Wait. Blah. Wait, wrong fucking screen. Wait, why is it? It's recording the wrong display. I'm so. Oh my god, wait. Can I just. Because. Wait, can I copy this? And then paste? I copy. Alright, there. My YouTube homepage is just PC stuff, Elden Ring stuff, Pokemon, and Sonic. There is nothing interesting going on here. Okay, wow, why is England so ugly? Amazing. What? I look in the chat, Flip reads hentai, what's going on? You forgot plus Nikkei in the title? The Nikkei event isn't... Nikkei's on maintenance right now. Why's your wallpaper the ugliest shade of blue? Hop off! I think so. Where are these allegations coming from? Can you guys relax? Can you guys relax? Warning? Wait, warning for what? Do this on mobile. Why? If you play Nikkei, I'm not subscribing. Oh, you can actually choose teams. Does it matter? It's just an about event. Dude, there's no way we want. Okay, do you know what's funny? I actually haven't watched like a ton of the HSR demos. That's what's actually kind of funny. Like, I haven't watched the Genshin demos in a while. I haven't watched the HSR demos in a while. I haven't watched a single piece of like Wuwa content. I haven't watched the ZZZ demos either. Past like Chingy's. I think Chingy's is the last one I watched. I don't think that... There's no way that would be fun, though. See me soying at demos. The latest Wuwa demo set a new standard actual cinema. What's her name? Kara... What the fuck is her name? She doesn't have a demo! The episode's 2.4? The fuck are you talking about? I don't know! 6 minutes? This? That fucking voice acting. No audio? What do you mean?
I'm not scared of you.
Horrid Henry-ass voice.
Once upon
British
a time,
representation.
a
Is that? Okay, no, that's just what it looks like.
wicked dragon ravaged the land,
This looks really
leaving
cool, though.
rubble and ashes in its wake. Despair loomed, yet a lone armored knight rose up, riding a white horse. He wielded...
Oh, really?
Huh?
We've heard this dusty old story 1,000 times.
Is every VA in Wuwa just British?
It's a wonderful story.
Thank you. But it's fallen out of favor these days. No one cares about a knight's tale. Best be heading home, young lady.
No, we have Italians as well. Feet? Okay, calm down. And then she goes like the big form, right? Would that not have killed everyone in the city? Oh, okay. So she stays powered down to not fucking kill everyone. Rip Bozo.
Are you certain of this path? You know well what that power heralds. Nothing but overwhelming fear.
Is this Yuri on my Wuthering Waves?
The harder you strive, the closer the storm. Only restraint when light.
This character's really pretty though.
The name Cartathea is long forgotten, lost to time. Do you wish to lose your future as well?
Fear is to be expected.
Oh, she's bleeding.
But fear is all
Blood
it
in
is.
my gacha game?
To let it stop me is an excuse. If I embrace it, I will break free.
Wait, guys, look, the waves! Wuthering Waves! And the waves are rising?
Needs no armor to shield her, nor a white horse to carry her past. Now,
Alright, kid, come on, what are you gonna do?
with this sword bestowed upon me, I shall bring the dawn to all!
Okay, this is really fucking cool.
Whatever past lingers, whatever future calls,
I can't even hate, this is dope as fuck.
From now on, every moment ahead shall forever be free of the abyss!
Abyss? Spiral Abyss? Genshin reference? Look at Wuwa, dude. This game just keep fucking copying Genshin. It's actually insane. Am I gonna get copyright strike for this music? Yeah, wait. Am I gonna get copyright for this music? Yeah. Can we relax on the vocal tracks? I'm scared. Why did it run to my freaking song? I don't know. I'm scared. I don't want to get... Yo. I don't want to get the stream taken down. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm just scared. I don't want to get copyright striked. Flip, flip, flip. Cath, cath, cath. Okay. Guys, look, the waves. I've watched Bernice's. Why is her shorter form just the better design? Kinkle raid? Again? Hi, Kinkle. Thanks so much for the raid, huh? Kinkle raid? I'm not even doing anything. Hi, Kinkle. Thanks for the raid. Hope your stream went well. I did it properly this time. Thank you so much. How was your stream? Are you gonna go to bed again? That's too loud. Watch Fat Fuck's demo? Is this just gonna be a demo react stream? My chat was well stream, dog. I've come to spread Cyno propaganda. We are not doing this. I wanted to finish the events today. We rather watch the demos than listen to you? Okay. Cyno joke stream? I'm curious, what's the Cyno propaganda being spread? Hi, Rances. What Cyno team are we shilling? Cyno bros, we are not doing this. They're a Cyno believer for some reason. We are doing this. Okay, what team then? Why would I watch Honkai Impact demos? Mid no. Varessa better. His only remotely decent team right now is Overlord with Eon-san. Eon-san carry. King of Hell, Burning Soul. Cyno guide when and never. What's going on in my server right now? Flip is racist towards Cyno, surely. Did you see Miyabi's demo? I have not watched it. Why are we shilling Cyno? What's going on? I can request a video too, right? Okay, what video? Don't worry, I deal with this every day. I'm so sorry. He didn't even turn the... Is it on now? I'm stupid. The Cyno memes ever died, they just rehibernated. Okay, wait, hold on, I'm being stupid. The game audio is just that low, I have it turned up all the way to max. Look! It's not me, it's the game. Why are we cooking me? Dude, it's not my fault this event sucks. Hi Nashi. Okay, fine. What do we want to react to? Give me something. Honestly, I feel like it might be your settings. Like, all we hear is your voice. What? Oh, did I just turn it down too low? How's this then? There! Music too loud! Oh my god. As you can see, professional streamer here. Maybe it's too loud! See? Okay, hold on. Also, let me move this up a tiny bit. Professional streamer? Oh, hi Mevo. Reacts to ZZZ Reddit. I'm gonna get taken down. You should learn from the Jeff how to stream. The Jeff of all people. Alright, does everything sound fine now? Good. So yes, this event fucking sucks.
We can do it.
Better? I have no fucking clue where to put the chat. Do I see r/dick in public? What's going on? Can you animals calm down? ABCY! Give us golf? Thank you so much for the 20 members. Question mark? Tab got sniped. Can you stop sending? Oh my god. Okay guys, apparently there's a problem on my server. I'm going to solve it, okay? So enjoy the autoplay. Okay, apparently, okay, fucking hell. Okay, I don't. I don't know where the issue is because activities are enabled. There is nothing here that should disable activities. Oh my god. Stream derailed. Flip tried to. I don't have access. I'll just give you admin. Alright, go ahead, dip. Working 3 hours. I need a nap. Alright, thank you for the raid, Kinkle. Have a nice night. Drop the server link. Why is this guy stream so scuffed all the time? I just started. Honkai Star derail. Useless. Stop sending me money. Okay, okay, Alright, there. Mivo, you're a mod. You're an admin now. Sort it out. Because I don't know what the problem is.
We can do anything.
There should be nothing disabled. I'm looking at the firms right now. Bro made a bank since last week. Why am I getting called racist now? What's going on? If you don't give us golf right now, I'm gonna... Okay, hold on, wait. Someone asked for a link. How do I create an invite link again? Oh, there. What the fuck? Flip, I once thought you were funny, intelligent, and just a great dude, but something happened. I don't know what exactly. It was you, but Yoi became unfunny. What the fuck did Yoi Mia do? As fuck, like watching paint dry makes me laugh more than you. The money changed him. You fixed it? Thank you. I missed Kiggle stream. Hi, Ancient Silver. Okay, now that that is fixed. Now that's fixed. Okay, what should we react to? Flip expecting 100 games in this stream as well. I'm not. I would be so much more shameless if I streamed with money in mind. Do we actually have to react to demos? Surely there's something more interesting. Actually, wait! There is a video I wanted to react to. Wait. There is actually something I wanted to react to. What? Isn't it? Is this not a name? I think it might be. Wait, no, then I can't see chat if I do that. Okay, whatever. You sound really happy. I'm happy that you're happy. Yeah, wait, I wanted to react to Mr. Leash's video. This one in particular. Let me mute the... Stop donating! Thank you. Honestly, give owner to Trap and make me the admin. Unfortunately, I can't do that. Okay? I need to be the owner of my server. And Mevo is an admin right now. I wanted to watch this. I just turned off the music. Can you guys hear it? Reacts to Saints next. I'd rather blow my brains out. I hate mobile. I keep trying to join to the link and it makes me. Yeah, I know! I noticed that too. You just have to like copy the link and paste it somewhere. Does this flare up your PTSD? No, it doesn't. Unfortunately. Okay.
Hello there. To those of us
Can
that
you guys
all
all hear
play
fine?
Genshin, we're very used to a frequent shift of meta. For the most
Volume-
part,
is the
every
volume still
single
too
new
low?
region that has come out through the entire history of Genshin has had some major new element or gameplay mechanic introduced to heavily shift up your
about now?
playstyle. For the longest time, I would have told you it wasn't really necessary to do whatever the new mechanic was. Hello there. To those of us that all play Genshin, we're very used to a frequent shift of meta. For the most part, every single new region that has come out through the entire history of Genshin has had some major new element or gameplay mechanic introduced to heavily shift up your playstyle. For the longest time,
Yeah.
I would have told you it wasn't really necessary to do
Well,
whatever
to
the
put
new
it in
mechanic
anything,
was.
really.
Night Soul has been a little bit of a pain in the ass for the majority of the community, but outside of that, it was really just an additional option that a majority of the players had access to if you wanted to give
Okay, fine. I'll turn the I'll put the volume back to normal.
it a shot. But before we continue, it's time to pay my editors. This time, we're sponsored by LD Shop. Look man, I play a lot. For example, the era of Mondstadt was entirely based around crowd control mechanics. Sucrose, Animo Traveler, and Venti excelled in all of the in-game modes. Liwa was what I would like to call the DPS, damage per screenshot era, with characters like Hu Tao, Ganyu, and Zhao being pretty meta
Wait,
for the
what?
longest period of time. And while I will admit the channel, that'll being said, let's get back into the video. For example, the era of Mondstadt was entirely based around crowd control mechanics. Sucrose, Animo Traveler, and Venti excelled in all of the in-game modes. Liwa was what I would like to call the DPS, damage...
Is he going by region? Wait, what? Is he saying Mondstadt characters at 1 point? Wait, what? What?
per screenshot era, with characters like Hu Tao, Ganyu, and Zhao being pretty meta for the longest period of time.
I'm confused by what he means though. He's not like Monster and Leeway happened at the same time. Monster and Leeway were at the same time. Yeah, 1.0 but you just said.
For example, the era of Mondstadt was
era of
entirely based
Mondstadt
around crowd control mechanics.
was based around
Sucrose,
crowd
Animo
control.
Traveler, and Venti excelled in all of the in-game modes. Liwa was what I would like to call the
And then Leeway was the DPS.
DPS, damage per screenshot era, with characters like Hu Tao, Ganyu...
But these happened at the same time. That's why I'm confused. Ganyu was released in 1.2 or 1. Yeah, Ganyu was 1.2. They were like right next. They happened at the same time. Venti, like Ganyu's best partner was Venti. I'm so confused. Why is he saying era? They were at the exact same time period.
Yu and Zhao being pretty meta for the longest period of time, and while I will admit it's a little bit of a stretch for these two, Inazuma came in swinging with the introduction of energy recharge mechanics and death by 1,000
It was two characters. It was Raiden, Sora, and like Electro Traveler.
cuts playstyle with characters like Ayaka, Yoimiya, Ayato,
Let me hear that again.
stretch for these two. Inazuma came in swinging with the introduction of energy recharge mechanics and Death by 1,000 Cuts playstyle with characters like Ayaka, Yoimiya, Ayato, Raiden Shogun, and so on. That all being said, there was only one time throughout all of Genshin's history where the new, fun little gimmick was an entirely new element, and that was the introduction of Dendro in the region of Sumeru. Unlike every other time, where the new mechanic was something inherently de-linked
Did I miss something? That's not a team.
from the core systems of the game, Dendro itself was the gimmick of Sumeru, and that's not inherently a problem. New gimmicks from time to time introduce new meta shifts, which makes gameplay a lot more diverse. And because Genshin is a very loose-fitting game, which its elemental system takes priority over anything else, it's pretty easy to make new systems work unless they are inherently locked around other characters who use the
I'm gonna watch his entire video on Night Slap for this because I disagreed with so much.
same system, looking
I
at
will
you
never
now.
forgive the Jevon Silence for those 2 years. I know! The Dendro agenda.
But there became a problem. You see, when Sumeru introduced its new element, Dendro, it introduced a wide variety of reactions that essentially put it into a stronghold. If you were going to use the Dendro element, you were going to use an aggravate, a quicken, some sort of single target.
What? Wait, what? Okay, hold on. Wait, what? Okay, wait, there's so... Does his editor play the game?
Use an aggravate, a quick
Aggravate shows all Hytham.
quicken, some that essentially put it into a stronghold. If you were going to use the Dendro element, you were going to use an aggravate.
Aggravate shows all Hytham.
A quicken.
Quicken shows the Electro character.
Some sort of single target with the use of Burgeon or maybe even Hyperbloom, and that was pretty much it. And while Dendro isn't the only element in Genshin that really wants to be played with another with the use of Burgeon or maybe even Hyperbloom, a stronghold. If you were going to use the Dendro element, you were going to use
I just find it weird.
A quicken, some sort of single target with the use of Burgeon or maybe even
Quicken and Aggravate are the same thing.
Hyperbloom, and that was pretty much it.
I did. Me and he calls himself Leech now. We're friends.
And while Dendro isn't the only element in Genshin that really wants to be played with another very specific element, I would argue that's pretty much every element, Dendro inherently was kind of a problem because
also, if I say anything mean in this video, I just want you to know he has been infinitely more mean to me. That's kind of just our relationship.
Weren't that many options when it came out. Upon Dendro's release, the only two characters you were able to effectively use were Tighnari, Collei, and unfortunately Dendro Traveler. And while none of these characters are particularly powerful on their own,
friendship,
barring Tighnari and Aggravate teams, we got a little taste of how strong Hyperbloom and Burgeon would be with the use of Dendro
Pretty sure he does say that he just puts random clips of background, I see.
Traveler. But as we all know, when a new element or system is introduced to Genshin, it is the main thing that the later patch cycle will build upon. We've seen this happen in Fontaine, where the HP mechanic was introduced in version 1.0 in a very, very watered down fashion with characters like Lenny. It wouldn't be till far later with the introduction of characters like Wriothesley, Neuvillette, and Farina where players heavily were able to build upon this mechanic. Well, Dendro was unfortunately the same way. Upon its release, there was really not much you could do with it. However, they knew this, and that is why they proceeded to make every single update about the Dendro element, barring one. Throughout the prolonged series of patches that was Sumeru, we only got a couple of characters that did not inherently build upon the building bricks of Dendro. For example, the only characters that came out that did not fuel a Dendro reaction in the entire 3.0 patch cycle were Layla, Wanderer, and Farzan, and I guess Mika if you count that. But in my opinion, he's more of a teapot decoration than anything else. We received a series of very powerful characters made to inherently buff powerful reactions, with Nilou being the driver for Bloom, Cyno being the driver for Hyperbloom, Alhaitham
if I speak
being that guy, Nahida being the
what?
main core of pretty much every Dendro team, and then Baiju being a very powerful healer, buffer, and
Baizu and powerful in the same sentence. Baizu and buffer in the same sentence.
and Shielder. And there were of course some miscellaneous 4 stars and 5 stars that I forget to mention. Of course, for pretty much every Dendro team, and then Baiju being a very powerful healer, buffer, and shielder.
I'm not gonna say anything.
There were of course some miscellaneous 4 stars and 5 stars that I forget to mention thrown in there from time to time to throw you off the record, but my point is, if you built any Dendro teams, you needed to get one of these characters. And because the entire patch cycle was nothing but Dendro characters, if you are building one of them...
Okay, wait. The thing... Okay, this is kind of a issue I have with the way people discuss, Natlin as well. I don't know if he's saying it's a problem, but I'm just saying this as, like, a general thing. I don't understand why people are like, if you want to use the new mechanics, you have to pull the new characters. Yeah, obviously. It's like, it's the same thing with the Natlin thing. Like, we are now in what, we're almost in 5.7, and people are still complaining about like certain Night Soul mechanics, as if you haven't had an entire year to pick up a Natlin character. If you want to use the new mechanics, then pull for the new characters. Is that, like, insane to say? Wuwa never... It's funny because Wuwa did it, didn't they? With the whole Spectral Frazzle stuff and the negative status effects. So didn't they also, like, do the same thing? Like, it's why one character currently synergizes well with Zani. But I don't know, I've always found it, like, a weird complaint. Like, oh... If you want to use Dendro reactions, you have to pull for the new Dendro characters. Yeah, because it wasn't in the game before.
You are going to need to pull more than one in order to make them work. Are you pulling literally any Hyper Bloom team, any Bloom team, any Burgeon team? Well, you're gonna want Nahida. You're gonna want Baiju. Did you pull Cyno? God, I hope you have Nahida. Really, honestly, just fucking pull Nahida. If you don't have her, pull Nahida, because every single team requires at least 2 Sumerian.
What? That's fine.
Team requires
I have so many questions.
at least 2 Sumerian characters to even begin to
yeah. Is Cole here for decoration? Why is Farina here? If there's who deals talent damage here? You have way too much Dendro application. Lend me some rush right as this is Cole Hyper. You are these teams.
function properly. And again, while Genshin is normally like this, that's not really a problem on its own. It became an issue because for the entire 3.0 patch cycle, it was nothing but Dendro. So a lot of players...
Here's also another thing I hate with how people discuss the mechanics. In general, not specifically talking about Leech. People act like the game is unclearable if you don't pull the new units. During like the Sumeru cycle, I just didn't like Dendro teams, so I just never used them. I just simply never used Dendro teams, and I still cleared everything fine. I still don't have Nahida, and I was still just playing the 2.0 teams that I enjoyed a lot more. Like, just because new options exist and are strong, quote-unquote stronger, you can still just use the old stuff just fine. So, I'm not good at Genshin! I'm not that good! You need a way to climb the abyss? Yeah, but, okay, with the, pillar boss, cause you're a whale? No, I'm not! No, I'm... I am far from a whale. C0. 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 C0 Farina. C0. 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 Oh, well, official's a 4-star. C0. Dude, your account has more than $200 on it. I've actively gone out of my way to pull strong constellations to keep my account low powered. Most of my characters are just C0. The only exceptions are like, the only exceptions to that are Kaza. Kaza is C1. Look, he has a lot of units and 5-star weapons. He's a whale. But like my only C1s are Yolan, Kazuha, and Varessa. And Varessa was just because I was going for Aeon Sun Constellations. I also do the thing with the pillar boss as well is that I'm gonna make a video on it. I don't want to make a video on it with my Kocha Discourse video, but like Brain died. I don't think the pillar boss is that bad. I feel like there's a lot of ways to counter it. And also, like, you can just, if you have a medium-sized model character, you can literally just walk up to, like, a side of it and climb it. I don't think it's that hard to learn. But again, I guess that's kind of a take I have because I just know the mechanic. I can understand if you don't know how to climb it, then it's, like, with any character, then it's going to be a pain in the ass. Can we talk about 9 out of 10 stars? Wait, I think I actually streamed it. But no, like 9 out of 10 stars is okay. I will. 9 out of 10 stars gives you all the words over all the rewards in IT. I don't need to go any further than it, okay? Okay, I do agree. It kind of does suck if you don't know how to abuse the model type. I find the boss fun when you can just like ignore it. I'm not learning a glitch. No, it works 100% of the time though. But like, if you just learn the climb, it always works. I've been able to do it quite consistently. I don't know if I have a video of me still doing it. Like, there's 2 ways to climb it, one with like the tall models and one with the medium models. I've only learned the one with the medium models, but because like every team I use has a medium model, it's always just been consistent. Like, once you learn how to do it, it is like pretty spot on. You have to jump up and to the left of the pillar. Do I have a video of it? I don't know if I do. No, this is old. And yeah, I feel like there's also other characters like Zhongli. You can... Kachina's free. And it's quite flexible. And then there's a lot of characters that can just jump up to it, like Kazuha, Alhaitham, Kaching, and so forth. Every Natlin character besides Mulan, you can just jump up to it. So I don't know. I feel like the Wolf Lord is worse. The Wolf Lord is way worse because Geo actually sucks. Geo is no. I feel like bringing a Geo character is more restrictive than what they. Well, I guess. Yeah, I feel like there's enough good Geo characters to me. Wolflord might not be that bad anymore. But at least at the time the Wolflord was in the Abyss, it was like the worst thing ever. I have a final exam in like an hour. Why and a half? Why am I watching Flip? I ask you. But yeah, I don't know. I do not think the pillar thing is that big of a deal, honestly. I feel like there's just too many characters that can climb up to it. And I feel like the glitch with the climbing up the pillar with any model type, if Hoyoverse was like really this horrible company that was greedy, I feel like they would have just removed it. Because they've removed other bugs and glitches in the game. So it's kind of like, even if it wasn't I don't think Hoyoverse intended for it to happen. It's obviously a glitch. but like they haven't removed it. Like, how long has it been in the game now? Even before it was in the Abyss, people knew how to climb it. And they also, they made, fuck, my brain died. Wasn't there, like, the specific boss, like, event where the pillars were taller? They could have just done that. They could have made the pillars so tall where you couldn't climb it like that, but they didn't. So I feel like, yeah. I don't know. I don't think it's that big of a deal. Dude, if they added the boss and had taller pillars, it would have been fucking hilarious. Yeah, the one before Mavwika. Alright, anyways. No more stalling.
Began to build it. And why wouldn't you? Dendro had a very high DPS ceiling with very little investment. Now,
Okay, he said
it didn't have the highest, and it definitely wasn't the strongest, but it was the lowest bar to entry for some of the easiest Abyss clears we have seen in Genshin's entire history. Barring that one consecrated beast Abyss, we don't talk about that. Sumeru had some of the highest clear percentages on pretty much every single Genshin.
This is also another thing with like when people talk about HP inflation. Like, I feel like people forget that from like 1.0 to like 4.0 of Genshin, the Abyss was a joke. Like, the Abyss was actually just a joke for a majority of its fan. Like, you could clear with level 70 characters. And now, at least, I do agree yeah, like, the Abyss was too easy was a sentiment that was being mirrored by everyone. Everyone said they wanted the Abyss to be harder. Shut up, ABC. But, like, I feel like people... There's only 3 times the Abyss was broken. I feel like now, like, the Abyss is an adequate challenge. So I'm fine with the Abyss as it is now. Yeah, also, HSR. If you look at... Like, okay, as much as I love HSR and I'll defend a lot of the stuff in HSR inflation was like, HSR's HP inflation is much worse than Genshin's. Like, it's much worse at balancing the game, I think. Because it's turn-based, I guess. I want it to be harder, not more annoying. I'll just have this discussion later after I release my video.
Server ever. Now, that might also be because Sumeru had some of the highest player numbers, but we don't talk about...
Okay, wait, no, ZZZ does not really have, like, real HP inflation, though. Okay, because the thing with ZZZ, its HP increased, like, high, like, super high once. And that... Okay, wait. Listen. The HP of ZZZ increased, like, super high once during 1.4 after they allowed every single character to have 3, like, bursts. Which I feel like is pretty reasonable. Wait, huh? 18 million HP, you're lying. Actually? Okay, never mind. Okay, forget what I just said. I'm stupid. Forget what I just said. Never mind. Never mind. I take it back. Oh, hi, Storm.
That goes against my argument, therefore it's irrelevant. Somebody's gonna think I'm being for real. Anyway, the point is, Dendro itself was very, very powerful.
But also, like, I did a 1.0... I did a clear with, Sokaku, Ellen, and... My brain died. Like how like, in my last stream. And I was able to clear it, like, this, cycle quite comfortably. This, Shiyu defense cycle quite comfortably. I guess it's also ice weakness, but and I like barely play ZZZ. Like, ZZZ is my least played, and I'm not even really that good, and I was still able to like clear with a 1.0 LN team. And Ellen's getting buffed as well. So I don't know. As long as I'm still able to clear with like a 1.0 LN team, I feel like the HP inflation has been fine. To be fair, Storm, Zuyuan is also just a very fucking hard character to play well. Like, Zuyuan's one of the hardest characters to play. Okay, Grimmy, here's the thing though, right? How does Genshin make its bosses harder? Because Genshin has, what, 2 universal buttons? Dashing and jumping, and I guess basic attacking. How do you make an enemy harder without it being annoying? Make them hit hard, so you just want to get one shot. Make it harder to kill. HP inflation. Okay, what type of mechanics though? Okay, what type? Okay, because the game is like adding mechanics though. Like Night Soul is a mechanic, you just don't like it. I want Genshin to become a Souls-like. Yeah, the thing, like, if you want to say, compare Genshin to like ZZZ and Wuwa, Genshin's combat just isn't ZZZ or Wuwa's. It can't add the same mechanics that they can. She said it, no, not you specific. I was referring to Grimmy. It's like Genshin just doesn't have a very complex skill set. The complexity of Genshin is with like the team building. So of course they make team building challenges in Genshin. Yeah, but it's like it's hard to like it's very hard to be like, because I do agree with the sentiment. Like they could make bosses more technically hard, right? Make them do like massive combo strings that you have to iframe perfectly and whatnot. But it's hard to do that without like changing the core fundamentals of Genshin. Because Genshin has, again, jump and you have jump and sprint. Those are the 2 universal things. I'm not playing golf. They could, like, Genshin could also just make like more complex characters like Varessa. I like Varessa a lot. They kind of did like the jump thing. They kind of did that with the plunge boss though, as well. Which I like the plunge boss. I also think Tulpa is one of the best bosses in Genshin too, because Tulpa has like very strong attacks, but they're all very clearly telegraphed. And like you can quite literally script Tulpa if you know what you're doing. I think Tulpa's an amazing boss. Like one of my favorite boss designs in Genshin. I also do like the new lava boss. The lava boss is fun. Flipper good, thank you, B. Tulpa's bad because Nicola can't beat it. Kenichi's both mechanically challenging and has high skill ceiling, same with Mulan, to be honest. Yeah, Kenichi's good to you. Like, there are people learning 6E Kenichi, which is insane to me. Genshin at least has an elemental system, so when shilling a character, they can make a certain element reaction preferable, but in HSR that's not the same case, and they got to tailor content to specific characters. Souls games have had jump, sprint, and dodge for a long time too. I think more enemies should have the void damage mechanic. If you get hit, even through iframe, you take damage later. Fuck that, no! I hate that mechanic. Dude, it's awful when I iframe like the big nuke from the boss and I still die. But yeah, I love how everyone just agrees Tulpa is goated. The only thing that sucks about Tulpa is that I can't bring Farina to it. Really. HSR difficulty equals pull the new unit. Okay, the thing is though, I do think I think HSR is like a really hard game to optimize well because there's people doing like easier seal clears, and that's kind of just like skill. That's kind of just a skill thing. If you gave me the same tools that people are doing to do like easier seal clears, I just couldn't do it. Like HSR is like a very hard game to like optimally play well, I think. God, I can't HSR and Genshin, to be honest. I respect it. The skill is just get 3 down stands.
Well, I would say
Okay,
even
wow,
to
I forgot we were watching a
this
video.
day, if you're new to the game and you're trying to get off your feet quickly, I would build a Dendro team. Hell, when I replay through the game, I do a Dendro team. But for people that
Yo, I'm not a whale. Okay, this is also something I do partially agree with Stu. I don't like the fact that it's the same, like 12.3. Like 12.3 is like the same content, technically, as it was like 4 years ago. They just haven't added like any more floors to it at all. If you get what I mean. So I kind of do understand the sentiment of like, okay, I was able to clear floor 12.3 3 years ago, why can't I clear it now? It's the same content. Which to an extent I understand. Like, why not just add more floors and whatnot? But yeah.
have been playing the game for the longest, Dendro has gotten old. And what can you really expect when you play this game for as long as I have, and for as long as a majority of the player base has? And if you went through Sumeru was just the region of repetition. People got really sick of it by the end of it. And as it would turn out, if you are spoon-fed Dendro reaction teams for an entire year, you begin to want something different. It goes back to what I said at the beginning of the
Can't I share a vid on an old game that actually had good endgame, like a DBH timer? No time that. And hard hitting mechanics. If we're talking about peak endgame, then Destiny 1 needs to be brought into the conversation. Raids in Destiny 1 and Destiny 2 are the best endgame content I've ever played.
this video were new
I mean, you can share the video though, go ahead. Can't you like post the link?
features introduced to Genshin help to kinda mitigate the burnout a little bit. You know, you'll experiment with some new teams. We're beginning
I quit the game during Sumeru. This shit was fucking ass. Yo, I hated the layer patches of Sumeru. All I did was log into the Abyss.
to see that now with freeze reaction coming back into the meta for the first time since 1.0. But unfortunately, this leaves Dendro in a very interesting spot because it's the only gimmick of any region that is inherently tied to one of the 7 core elements, and because it was oversaturated for a whole year, it just got forgotten about. Since the end of 3.0, we have gotten a grand total of 2 Dendro characters in the form of Emily and Kanich, and neither one of them really tie into the Dendro reactions that well. Emily and Kanich inherently
What? What? They're both burning characters. Is that not a Dendro reaction?
have burning in their kit, but it's not really because they want to do burning damage. It's more of an enabler to their core DPS. Whereas other Dendro characters wanted to exploit the powerful Dendro reactions in order to produce high damage numbers. At the end of the day, Kanich is just a nuker with a green number, and Emily is just his side piece. Players got sick of using Dendro reactions and didn't really want to do it anymore. And because the gimmick shifted into the HP scaling that we saw with the introduction of Fontaine,
it's like the same way that Chevreuse doesn't make Overload good. You just use Overload and she makes the characters itself stronger. Emily is a core piece of Cyno Hyper. Why are we batting Cyno Hyper Fridge?
Became a lot harder for more Dendro characters to come out, because if you were to introduce a Dendro character with an HP scaling mechanic, it would be a little hard to get them to function in a base Dendro team. That's not to say Dendro was entirely left in the dust. Farina slots very nicely on a lot the really strong teams, but it's very obvious that that is more of an afterthought. Dendro has basically not been touched since the end of Sumeru. But I mean, neither was HP scaling, neither was Oshia Numa, neither was the Blood Boil mechanic. Like, these things.
Well, that's not what it's called.
Things are inherently tied to the region.
Who the F is healing? Blood Boil. Oh, it's this team uses you would use prototype Amber Nahila. That's how you play the team. You prototype Amber Nahila. Hold on.
And they came out.
Oh wow, 100k DPS Eula, yo, real. Hold on. Like, Marina Dory? You just... Oh, it doesn't exist, never mind. No one has simmed it? But yeah.
So it was really surprising that the one gimmick reaction that was tied to an entire gimmick region has not really been built upon since its end. And even if it was, would players really want it? Like I said, Sumeru dragged on near the end. A lot of players, especially some of the more, let's say, happily inclined players, really didn't like the end of Sumeru. I would like to point you to Sorarsis' video on why she's happy Sumeru is over, because I feel like it pretty well summarizes how a lot of the players were feeling at the time. It just got to the point where it was so.
Also, another thing, it's insane how people talk about like Natlin. You know what? Let me not get into it. I'm not gonna get into it.
Mainline and so boiled into every single aspect of Dendro's entire existence that players got sick of it. It burnt them out. So it's
90k Hyper Bloom DPS. Okay, it's not real.
Understandable that people wanted to move on after it had the limelight for an entire year, which unfortunately means that nowadays Dendro has basically just been subjected to a simple sideline element, which is only really used for whatever shiny new hyper carry or off-field DPS they're implementing. It kind of feels like how Cryo was for the longest time, where yeah, Cryo has some elemental reactions and they are inherently pretty powerful, like the ability to freeze an enemy rocks.
Okay. I cannot stand Genshin grifters that talk, because with Genshin, right, I feel like it's the way people talk about Genshin as if Genshin was just Fontaine. People talk about Genshin as if it was this like peak experience the entire way through, and then Natlin, this evil Natlin, just killed Genshin. As if most of the beginning of Genshin sucked, most of Inazuma sucked, most of Leeway sucked. Fontaine was amazing, had like one or two bad patches, but Fontaine was all around great. And for 5.0, I feel like everything in 5.0 has been so good, except for 5.1. And we are still like now, we are in 5.7, almost bordering on 5.8. Okay, we're all the way 5.6. Bordering on 5.7, and Genshin is still like relevant, which is insane, because at this point in time, for every other Genshin version, we would be dead. The only exception is like 2.8, because the 2.8 event was like the best Genshin had to offer. I don't know, it's so weird how people act like Genshin is only Fontaine. I've never understood it.
And get instant damage off them is a very powerful mechanic, and if you don't believe me,
Fontaine wasn't even that good. Do not get me started.
me, go fight the Wake-Ups with Freeze. You will destroy them. But none of the characters that were made for Freeze really got any benefit from this. You would just be better off using them in hyper carry scenarios, and Dendro is now the same way. Do I ever see this changing in the future? No, unfortunately I don't, because Dendro is tied to elemental.
If you're looking at purely the gameplay aspect, ignore the story. If you're looking at the pure gameplay aspect, I think Natlan has been by far the best region. I feel like it's had the best areas. It's had the best characters. Like, in terms of gameplay, like, all the characters have been fun to play. I feel like the exploration has been the most fun, for me, at least. I feel like the main events have all been consistently good. So, to me, it's just so weird that people are like, Natlan fucking sucks. But to me, it's been like the most fun. It's the most fun I've had in Genshin for a while. Dendro's fine, Hyperbloom deserves to die.
Mastery, it's tied to elemental reactions, and the numbers that we are seeing from...
I think a lot of the hate comes from the people that expected more from Hoyu, considering the amount of potential I had. That is fair. But I don't know. It's the same okay, it's the same like annoying stuff I see in media normally. Like, oh my god, movies were so good back in the day. Anime was so good back in the 2000s. No, you only remember the good stuff. You're excluding all the slop and shit that came out. You're only looking at the good stuff. Survivorship bias. It's so annoying to see this happen all the time.
Dendro teams, while they are about 26k DPS over the lowest bar to clear Spiral Abyss, at the time, 31k DPS for one Dendro core clears Dendro teams.
Wait, I'm locked in.
While they are
numbers?
about 26k DPS, and because Dendro is tied to elemental mastery, it's tied to elemental reactions, and the numbers that we are seeing from Dendro teams, while they are about 26k DPS over the lowest bar to clear Spiral.
Wait, what?
Dendro teams, while they are about Freeze really got any benefit from this. You would just be better off using them in hyper carry scenarios, and Dendro is now the same way. Do I ever see this changing in the future? No, unfortunately I don't, because Dendro is tied to elemental mastery, it's tied to elemental reactions, and the numbers that we are seeing from Dendro teams, while they are about 26k DPS over the lowest bar to clear Spiral Abyss, at the time, 31k DPS for one Dendro core was insane. You know, seeing...
That's not... That's... What? That's not DPS. Wait, he's talking about the damage of a Dendro core. That's not DPS. That's just the damage. That's 31k damage per core. You can get 2 cores in what was it? I forgot the exact interval. Wasn't it 0.5 seconds? But it's not really that. But realistically, you can get 2 cores off of one electro trigger. So if your Kuki triggers every 1.5 seconds, so if you're able to proc 2 Dendro seeds every 1.5 seconds, that's more than 31k DPS. He just means damage per core, not damage per second.
31,000. Oh my god, that's fucking crazy. Okay, well now our supports are doing 40,000 damage. Like,
What? Shallonen on the screen? Why? Wait, why is Shallonen? Wait. Oh my god. Wait, why? Wait, why is Shallonen on the screen?
That's fucking crazy. Okay, well now our supports are doing 40,000 damage. Like, it's...
Why is Shallonen and Shawnee on the screen? Like, so lolly. Okay. Deep. Is it okay? Wait. Wait. Okay. God.
It's fucking crazy. Okay, well now our supports are doing 40,000 damage. Like, it's not something...
For like, does he mean like 40k DMG? Wait, 40k damage per rotation or 40k DPS? Wait, there's like there's two levels to this. If it's 40k damage per, I'm gonna assume 40k damage per rotation. Both Shallonen and Shawnee don't really hit that. Like, it's only Sitlolly. Yeah, surely it's damage total, and it's only Sitlolly that would hit that high. And maybe Xianyan if she crits? Maybe if Xianyan crits for EK? Yeah, true, yeah, Xianyan does additional damage to me. I don't know. What? Shallonen is just fucking frying me, though. Why is Shallonen there? She doesn't do damage.
That players are going to accept. So the only way they could make it work is if they did what they did in version 3.0 and release a new elemental mastery buff, but I really don't see them doing that. And unfortunately, we're...
It wasn't even... Dude, the reason I'm laughing is because it was just... I just see Shallonen there with supports that do damage. Like, Shallonen does like 1%. Like, less than 1% of the team's total damage.
going to Shaznia soon, and Cryo is about to be put in the main line once again. I don't really see them wanting to do anything with Dendro. It's not tied to that reaction at all, which means unfortunately, Dendro...
Honestly, the video overall was pretty good. There was only like 2 or so hiccups. It was fine. It was really funny though. It was really funny. Now's it, Jeff? Do you think the Sarita will apply multiple different elements by commanding Fitui as off-field DPSs? No. The Jeff time... Oh, wait, the HSR event? Fuck! I wasn't paying attention at all. Let's watch the Jeff's top 5 DPS list. Okay, wait, hold on. English? Bro stalled so much. Oh, hi, so you should consider switching voiceovers forever. Okay. Flip, you want to call on board? Sure. Sure. Hello? What's up?
Hi.
Can you guys hear him fine?
Oh, I can hear myself. What the hell? Oh,
yeah, that's kind of what happens when you have a stream open.
Yo, what's up, chat? I don't stream, but yeah. Hello.
Everyone go subscribe to Andad. Hold on.
Yeah, everyone go subscribe to Flip, not paid chatter, by the way. Bro, I was doing this the Genshin event. Like, why is it so trash? Like, I can't. The trial characters suck, and I can't do it. Maybe it's just skill issue on my part.
The Genshin
I can't
one?
get full score. Yeah,
You suck, dude.
I suck.
Yeah.
Okay, but like for example, like the Varessa, I don't have Varessa, so I'm using Varessa and she does no damage. Now I'm using Kanich and I don't have Kanich.
Why don't we have Varessa though? She's the GOAT.
Why don't I have Varessa is because I actually pre-farmed for Varessa. I did all of her boss matches,
you told me about
the 50-50 to Kaching. Yes, I lost the 50-50 to Kaching, and then I was... Okay, so I lost the 50-50, then I pulled another 70 times, I got C5 Iansa. So everyone's saying like, oh, if what are the chances that you have C0 Varessa and C6 Iansa? It could have been me, I'm just saying, it could have been me. Anyway, like...
Wait, why didn't you carry on bullying?
Not to spend my... Because I knew Escoffier was going to be useful, and then I knew Skirk was going to be useful, but now they slam me with the Columbinas coming... I mean, allegedly. But, you know.
Dude. I feel like you should have just gone for Varessa at that point. What are you going to do with the C5 Yansan now?
I mean, sometimes she's useful if then it's on the other side.
I see.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay. My Electro DPS is still C2 Arum Raiden, and she definitely hasn't fallen off, guys.
Definitely not. Raiden is still the best Electro DPS if you ignore Chlorinde and Varessa and Yai, and that's about it.
True.
So you're going for Skirk now?
No, that was the plan, but I don't know. I mean, am I weak? I was about to. I saw some of these sus leaks, and I don't know. Maybe I'm weak. There's a lot of good characters coming up potentially.
There is no shot that I don't believe a leak. Do you believe a leak?
Well, if I go into the Jaystern Discord, he literally said, "Rest, you shouldn't trust." So I don't know what's happening anymore.
Okay, I was gonna say I do not trust. I think the leak is BS. There's no shot.
The only reason that person has credibility is because apparently he's a good HSR leaker, and apparently he was like 100% right in HSR stuff. Yeah, but like I don't understand because I'm reading Fawcett, and then I see Harumi post that the leak, they changed it before. They were like, oh, no 5.0 new characters, which is like what we assume. And then he literally changed the text, and now it says that there is a new 5.8 character. Like, what? I don't know, man. I'm just gonna wait. Guys, don't believe leaks like this. Just wait. Don't believe sus leaks like this.
It's way too sus. If my goat foul doesn't confirm it, my foul or foul quit or a home DG, I don't believe it. Because it's kind of where they're getting the data from.
Yeah, it's always sus.
HSR is like super like weak though. I feel like it's so easy to like leak HSR. I don't know how they're getting all the information.
Is this a baseball event thing? Dude, I tried. I was like, I saw the finance stuff. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna get back in, do the events, farm for Finon, and then like the day I reinstalled and played again, I kind of got bored again. I don't know. It's just started. It's losing me. I can't do it.
It's so weird because I came back to HSR and I loved it.
Maybe it's just not for me.
Fair enough.
What's everyone chatting saying? Why does everyone say the ZZZ daily bit? Are you gonna react to that?
I don't know why they want me to react. I don't know why they want me to react to it so bad, but like I've insulted ZZZ so much.
You're the number one ZZZ hater. You know, I remember like a while ago I looked at your videos and sorted by popular, and hilariously the highest one is Genshin Court with Tectone.
Yes.
That's a good one.
Don't worry.
And I was like, what the hell? You have 2 Sakapoka videos. You know what? Crazy.
It's because Sakapoka is hilarious. Free content.
Hilarious, man.
Yeah, but I stopped doing the Genshin courts.
I was so nice to Jeff in that Escoffier video.
Oh yeah, you did. You made that.
okay, but like I'm not like okay. It's not like I was like nice. I think everything I said was true, right? Okay, if I wanted to let's talk about like the TC lore from my side of it. It's like I followed the Genshin tuner like super early on. Then they had that beef with Tekta, and then they left. And then I followed. Well, who was next? It was basically KQM and 1010.
Oh
And
my
then
10!
after that. Yeah, 1010, that's who I followed. And then after that, I moved on to Zajef. And then after Zajef, I moved on to J-Stern. And then now J-Stern's moved on to ZZZ. So now it's just the J-Stern Discord. So I'm just moving on to
It's just
debatably
Vomfee.
better places.
Vomfee single-handedly carrying the J-Stern Discord.
There's plenty of other people in there. They just aren't as vocal about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe I'll just move on to you. Solely rely on you for calc.
I do not calc enough for that to be possible. You
Speaking of Zajef Daily, I'm not sure. Oh, sorry. Okay, so sometimes I click on stuff from Skirkmain's Reddit, and I saw someone say that they were like, "Oh, I watched the Zajef Daily video," and then they were like, "Oh, is this Skirk nerf really that bad?" Because he was saying it was really that bad. So I don't know if you want to. That might be the one. I don't know if that's what Chad is referring to. The Zajef Daily vid.
Oh no, I think they're talking about his top 5 DPS list.
Oh.
But the Skirk things that Jeff's tweeted about, it doesn't even make that much of a difference. He lost like 4k DPS.
Yeah, it's not that bad, guys.
It's not that big of a deal. And even then, not many people were going to do that like super long rotation anyways. Like people still do 3 CA Nouvelette.
You mean a long burst I mean, is it even that long of a rotation? All you do is burst the first time and then don't do it the second time. It's not really long. I would say the split would be longer to like quote unquote remember. Because the burst rotation is really just 2 rotations, but you just combine them together.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Do you think anyone's learning the split rotation though?
I don't know. I wanted to. That's something I have to think about because I don't know if I want to like. Yes, obviously, I'm going to make a Skirk video, right? But I don't know how much I want to cover. Like, do I want to cover burst first rotation like still because you can only use it in first chamber, but also it's like I'm pretty sure the wording makes it seem like technically you could hold E at the end and still carry over points, but then you have to rely on your supports to finish the chamber.
Well, your supports are Farina and Escofia, so I feel like.
I mean, I think it's because it's Farina, Escofia, and potentially Yalan. You could probably do it, but I don't know how practical that is.
Yeah, and you could also just artificially extend clear times.
I don't know.
But Skirk is just a funny character.
And ironically, it might be better for my pull economy to skip her, but I don't know if I can skip Skirk. I think I've committed too much. And also, I think she looks cool. And I think that's what matters the most, right?
Yeah, do you enjoy the characters? Yeah.
Yeah.
I find it funny how, like, most PC type content creators are, like, the least meta-focused people in the world.
That's when you understand. Doesn't matter too much. Kind of. Sometimes I see some. Oh my gosh! I just saw like a recent Reddit post. They're like, "Oh, I just got back into the game and I can't." Got back in the game, but it's like, "Oh, I've been playing for so long and I still can't 36 star Abyss." And I see their units. It's like, "Ooh, you are stuck in Inazuma, my friend. You haven't really pulled that many recent units. It's kind of tough for you, huh?"
I've never seen somebody actually refer to themselves as a meta player. That is actually true as well. I feel like it's kind of just like it's been made up by casuals to make us seem like losers.
This is perfect. Me talking to you, now you're not stalling anymore.
I was never stalling!
Brother, how long did you watch this video for? let me hover over. You started, let's see, -58. When did you end the video? minus 58. Oh, this is where you're laughing about Shalonin.
Dude, it was so funny. 40k damage
50,
per
60.
rotation.
You spent like 40 to 50 minutes on that video.
Okay, listen.
That's a React Andy, man.
I added so much commentary to that video.
Definitely
Yeah.
transformed that content.
Exactly.
No copyright strike coming.
Yeah, and now what I'm going to do is I'm going to get that exact video. I'm going to repost it on my YouTube channel, and then just not give credit to Mr. Leach at all, and pretend like it's my own idea, the strategy. Then I'm going to react to like 3 more videos and do that. The method.
Make sure you put a sponsor in all of them.
Yeah, of course. I need to get that LD shop sponsor up. Or loot bar.
Making bank.
Yeah. And then I just do that for like the next 3 years.
It seems like your chat wants to watch the Jeff Daily.
I'm ignoring them. I'm not giving them what they want.
Is that what a streamer is supposed to do? Ignore their chat?
Yes, I'm going to do what I want. Because, see, if you give them what they want, they're going to expect... What if I pay you? I'm not answering that question. See,
guys, the secret is if you just flip money, he'll do whatever you say.
Stop. Don't say that. You cannot... As a streamer, you can't give the chat what they want. Because if you give the chat what they want, then they're gonna expect that from you. But no, I'm going to transcend that. Right? I have to do what I want in order to... Yeah. See, look, someone just said, I want you to turn off the stream. What if I actually did that, right? Okay, and we're going to be... So, what, the Jeff Daily... Wait, is the Jeff Daily top 5 DPS? The Jeff Daily... Is that
$2. Is that worth $2? Holy.
Wait, what? You wanted to see top 5 DPS? Hold on. Anna, do you want to watch it with me?
I don't think I can watch it in your stream. You're gonna have to stream it through Discord. Also, there would be a delay, and also I would have to hear my own voice, and that's hella cringe.
Fair enough. Let me stream it then.
Guys, this is 4 months old. We can't put this on.
It's 4 weeks old.
4 month old.
4 weeks.
I mean, not 4 months. 4 weeks. It's okay. That's like a month. A lot of things can happen in 4 weeks. A lot of things. Bro, how strong is Skirk now? Brother, this guy like stole my video idea. He's got mega views. Nah, it's not fair.
Okay, wait, hold on. How do I stream? Do I just...
You have to stream share on Discord if you want me to watch it like live.
That's the wrong thing.
Bro, Cat. This guy started sharing his Honkai Star. Like, do you think I want to watch that? No.
Which monitor is this? Okay. There. Wait, can you hear it?
DPS right now, in your opinion? Top 4 is really easy, but the
I can hear it. Okay.
You can hear it?
Okay, wait, pause. Okay, yeah, I can hear it. Okay, pause on. Now, before we listen to his take, we have to give like our takes, right? Let's set the expectation here.
The video was 20 minutes
best
long.
DPS in Genshin Impact.
Who's top 5?
Why is the video 20 minutes long for a top 5? Are you serious?
You know what? I respect content creators that could like stall and give a lot of not give a lot of content. Like top 5 DPS, 20 minutes. That's some expert stalling.
Right. So
no, you have to give your take first. You have to give your take first.
My take, number 1, Movika, of course. Number 2, Veressa. Well, are we including Skirk?
This was 4 weeks ago. I don't think we could include her.
Okay, we're not.
Let's not include her because Jeff is not going to include.
Okay, so Movika, Skirk. You can debate between Nuvolet and Mualani. But did I just say Skirk? Movika, Veressa.
You said Skirk, bro.
Yeah, okay, Movika, then Veressa. You can debate between Nuvolet and Mualani. And then 5th is like just any Natlin DPS of your choice.
Okay. Because yeah, let's see. If we remove skirt, Versa, Maloney, or Arlecchino argue with the. Okay, I know Butter hates Nebulet.
No Arlecchino, no Arlecchino. Are people surprised? I would put Chlorine before I would put Arlecchino, to be honest. And I know that's a hot take. I'm fully aware that's a hot take. You think that's cope?
Wait, Versa or like Arlecchino over. Sorry, what'd you say?
I would put Chlorine before I put Arlecchino on the top 5 list.
Nah, hell no.
Arlecchino's PR is insane. I feel like people.
I don't think
people overestimate how good Arlecchino is. I feel like that's insane. How is that insane?
I don't think Chlorine does that much damage.
Chlorine is reaching like, because with the new tech that we found out about her being able to keep up, Eon Sun C6, Chlorine shoots for like 100k. Well, slightly under 100k. Jamie made. Do you know what's? Let me not say that actually. Arlecchino after first rotation. Okay, wait. Arlecchino gains 3k DPS per bond of life stack. Like if you're carrying over the BOL, and also like that doesn't really like Arlecchino doesn't heal. Like you kind of have to burst sometimes.
Okay, so I just want to add in like the new gamer, right? I would agree with you more. I would agree with that statement more if it was more similar to Deadly Assault. But the fact that it's 2 minutes and you have to funnel energy, brother, it's like a minute and a half. You're not getting that many more rotations than normal.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
If it was like Deadly Assault and it was like 3 minutes, then I would more agree like, oh, you can get then it would be like, oh, you need to have more rotations. Arlecchino actually gains benefit. But the fact that it's 2 minutes, it's not even 3 minutes, and you have the energy funnel, it's not that long. It's not that long.
Okay, well, I also I want to do a quick test. How much DPS do you guys think an Arlecchino Melts team does? Like for chat, how much DPS do you think Arlecchino Melts does? I'm going to show you guys how much PR this unit has. 90. Okay. What? For first 2 rotations, let's just assume the first 2 rotations. Like not like 5, 4, 6 rotations, just the first 2 rotations. How much do you guys think? I'm gonna go open my window.
He isn't here. You can do anything you want. Quick.
I thought 100k, 95k to 100k. Okay. I'm going to blow your guys' socks off. Hold on, first of all, where's my video? I have so many sources for this. Arlecchino just simply does not reach those levels. Okay, wait. Wait, where is it?
We're all waiting for your receipts, little bro.
I'm going to pull them, every single one of them up. I forgot which video I calced it in. The stall is great. Okay. And now I need to find the one I got from Vompy. Because I asked Vompy to calculate it too. From Vompy. As image. I think I could get Harumi's too. Let me see where it is. Oh my god, I'm gonna not. Can I just post it here? Okay, here is Vompy's. Vompy got 88k for this team. And
okay.
I also got 88k. Like 88k, 91k DPS. Right? Now, if we also go to GC Sim, Arlecchino, Bedit, to Ollie. This is the highest, right? So look, this says 97k, But you want to know what's funny? So with Arlecchino, she stacks Bond of Life over rotations, as we know. So if you set this to 1 rotation, oh, around the 90k mark again. But if you want to do a 2 rotation average, because your DPS increases by like 3k DPS, okay, then she's like 92k, right?
Mhm.
So like, Arlecchino does not reach 100k at KQMS. She cheats a lot lower than most of the Natlan DPS right now.
Yeah.
But yeah. So if you want to assume, because these
I just haven't seen. I just haven't seen a Chlorian DPS that can hit 100.
okay, sure, I'll show.
Yeah.
But yeah, Arlecchino's like 90k DPS.
I definitely do agree that I think that DPS wise, I don't think Arlecchino beats any of the Notman.
Yeah. So no, Arlecchino doesn't suck. She's still good. 90k DPS is amazing.
Yeah,
What?
there's a difference between sucking and comparing to other people. Like, obviously, Arlecchino is still very, very good in the grand scheme of things. But like, you know, if you want to compare to Malwika, Malwika kind of does everything better. But like, if you just compare that wise, then it's like, yes, she's been power pro, but like in the grand scheme of things, she's still good.
Oh, let me. Where's my Chlorine calc? This is R1. No, this is R0. Okay, wait.
R1
Yeah,
Absolution.
hold on. This is what I got for I got 90. Okay, with the C6 Eons on, which you could put a massive asterisk on that. With the C6 Eons on, this is what I got for Chlorine, which is 99k. I think Vomfi also got something quite high with Chlorine.
Interesting.
Okay, and here's what Vomfi got. Wait, no, that's Ressa. okay. Okay, this one.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's okay. Just
okay, here's what Vomfi got with Chlorine, assuming that Chlorine doesn't get C6, which we know is untrue now. So this is Chlorine without a C6 Eonson buff, which at 91k. So like, Chlorine kind of just cheats higher than Arlecchino currently with a C6 Eonson. You can put a massive asterisk in that if you want.
36 a second rotation.
Oh, it's two rotations because it kind of changes slightly. Because look, you have the Malvika E there, but then it's after the Chevy. The Malvika E is now after Chevy's in the second rotation. But yeah, so Chlorine just cheats higher than Arlecchino currently. There. So that's why I would put Arlecchino, and I think Chlorine's AoE is better.
C6 asterisks.
Yes, after C6 Eonton. So I would put yeah, I feel like it's fair to put Chlorine above Arlecchino. And I feel like Chlorine has other benefits, like actually having good consistent healing and better AoE in my opinion. So there's my reasoning. Alright.
Okay. Cool.
Did you also
I'm glad you put it, I'm glad you pulled out the receipts.
Wait, did you also have 99k Arlic calc on your Discord without C6 Eons above? I don't think I did. I think that was assuming a 16-second rotation, which doesn't work with Yonson. So that was wrong. If I had that. But yeah. Alright, time to go back to react to Andying. Is the stalling over? Are we watching now? Okay.
DPS right now, in your opinion? Top 4 is really easy, but the 5th one, the gap between 4 and 5 is bigger than the gap between 5 and 10.
Nah.
Like, the top 4 carries... Okay, top 2 carries...
Milks does a Jeff video for 11 minutes. They're so mean.
Never let Mawika. Then...
And
Guys, we gotta pause. Number 1, notice how he clicked Nibulate over Mawika. Now that is
okay. What?
That is yeah, he clicked. I'm 99%. Like, I remember a long time ago in his like top 10 overall character list, he put Nibulate 1, which is crazy.
I remember that. Yes.
Yeah. like I don't like how much would you that I'm surprised he values like quote unquote comfort and AoE so much. Even though like Malwika actually also has tons of AoE as well.
Yeah, and
It's
she also
interesting.
has infinite interruption resistance at C0.
5 is bigger than the gap between 5 and 10.
Wait, hold on.
Like the top 4 carries. Okay, top 2.
Bro, I think he felt
carries-
bad because he said that Nivelette's biggest asset was his ability to apply Hydra. That's a good one.
Nivelette's designed around his ability to apply Hydra, yes.
Neverlet Mawika. Then
Did he specify? I don't think he said that Nivelette was better.
I mean, he clicked on it first.
Arlecchino.
I guarantee
Versa,
it's
and it's like
Oh, he put Veressa there. I think Arlecchino there is massive sneak.
Neverlet Mawika.
Oh!
there you go.
Oh!
There you go.
Number 5. Arlecchino Veresa.
Interesting.
Neverlet Mawika.
I mean, I would like to hear his reasoning for it.
Number 5.
I don't think there's that much of a gap. Also,
I mean,
yeah,
if you include every single like Nalan DPS like Moalani, Kanich, and Chaska, they're like similar. I don't think there's that big of a gap. I think the
yeah,
gap,
exactly.
the only
gap
big gap
is
is
Malvika.
Malvika and everyone else.
The big gap is Malvika, everyone else not really.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Gaming? I wouldn't say it. I don't think it's Gaming. Ayaka number 5.
Hey, how much do you like value plunge DPS as like Gaming? Because I know he can cheat high, but I don't know.
I have played
Plunge, melt plunges, man.
Melt Plunge is hard to play. That's the thing. Even though it's good, it's hard to play. So I don't know. Like for bosses specifically, I do feel like yes, it's one of the best teams in the game. But for everything that isn't a boss, it kind of feels like shit. Especially if the enemies can like get staggered. So it's hard to like.
You can be a hype. You can just be like hyper and bat the Deluke.
Wasn't it Deluke like 117k or something? That hyper got.
Holy, Deluke, my goat.
If you like do completely frame cancel frame perfect plunges, it's yeah.
So, my only gripe with that is that it's...
Wait, who's not here? Why is Mulan not here?
Yeah, just keep playing the video. We can't stall that much. We gotta listen to his reason before we.
Ayaka's technically doing more damage than Escoffier in that team, but like, not even by that much. And the gap between Ayaka and Barbara is like, it's not even that big. Neverlet is also doing 50% of his team's damage. Yeah, but... And Barbara
Wait, oh my god, is he assuming Escoffier is Nivelette's best team?
is like, it's not even that big. Neverlet is also doing 50% of his team's damage. Yeah.
Barbara in place of Ayaka, you're losing like 700.
Actually losing a lot of damage.
You're
but
losing like
it's fine.
700k DPR? Oh, question mark?
It's different. Well, it's more
I love how someone in this chat is called Ziox Hater.
but it's different because the main thing that makes Neverlet so good is not his damage, it's how easy he is to play paired with
That is
how
true.
easy it is to do AoE stuff.
I feel like AoE is not like...
I mean,
like the past abysses over like the year, AoE hasn't been like a massive focal point. So I don't know if... Like, I think AoE is important. Okay, with Veressa and Skirk, for example, well, even Skirk has some solid AoE. But for characters that are like single target oriented, I feel like AoE only becomes like an important distinction if the character do like the same DPS, but one has better AoE. Like Yoimiya and Yanfei. Yoimiya and Yanfei are like the same in terms of DPS, but Yanfei also has like better AoE than Yoimiya. So it's, well, I guess not really, but you know what? But I can't think of a better example. I'm trying to find an example for this. Because Yoimiya is kind of like much better than Yanfei now with the Scoffia double cryo melt. So like fuck. Two characters that are similar, but one is like much better single target. And that helped me out!
I mean, when did this be Nivula and Molani? Kind of.
Not really.
I mean, it's.
I'm trying to think of an example. Okay, Kanich versus Mualani. Well, no. I'm gonna end it. Ayato versus Yelan in an Escofia team. There we go. With Yelan, okay, because technically Yelan and Ayato, they're like, I mean, no, because that's. I'm gonna lose my mind. Kokomi and Ayato in an Escofia team. There we go. There we go. Kokomi and Ayato in an Escofia team. Technically, right, they sheet the same. Like, their DPS numbers are super close. But Ayato having AoE is actually then valuable then, because he does the same damage in single target while having better AoE, if you get what I mean. There. Does that make sense? That's the only time where I feel like AoE discussions are valuable.
Finally got through that stun lock.
Yes.
Ika is a significantly harder character to play. If you don't do perfect rotations with Ika, you get heavily punished. Because your energy generation in an Ika team is incredibly important, because Ika's burst cost is pretty high, which means you need to do proper rotations that do 2 Shenhe skills and 2 Ika skills. But if you're not, like, used to the team and used to how the cooldowns line up, and you miss 1 Shenhe skill and 1 Ika skill, which honestly is how most people play her, she loses like 20% of her team DPS. Because
I don't feel like doing 2 Ika skills is that hard. 2 Ika and 2 Shenhe skills. Just what?
Yeah.
I feel like that's pretty easy. Am I insane? You do a Shenhe
I feel
skill.
like we can say the same about a lot of things if we put a general statement like, oh, if you don't play the rotation correctly,
did you guys know if you play the character wrong, you lose a lot of damage?
Everyone has higher ER, and that's assuming you build higher ER accordingly. Most people don't, and end up losing fucking half the team DPS because they burst once every 40 seconds. Like, as much as Ayaka's gameplay loop is fairly straightforward, the execution of her rotations can be a little tricky. And a lot of people don't do them properly. Which makes sense, because it is tricky. That plus the fact that against unfreezable enemies, they can just move out of your burst. And they will move out of your burst fairly often. Like, if you played her in this Abyss, Seahorse will dodge half the burst.
Okay, I do agree with the sentiment though of Ayaka being hard to play.
Because it gets staggered backwards, and then your burst is relatively slow, so there's like 2 ticks that happen before it catches up.
So he's heavily valuing quality of life in this tier list. But if he's very heavily valuing quality of life, then no one does Nouvelette's 4 charge attack rotations. So like you can just say the same thing about Nouvelette. And he has
you can also argue that no one refreshes Kazuha buff or Shalodin buff with Nouvelette as well.
Yeah, and with like
you lose a lot of damage.
Like Movika's combo, like the reason why Movika is so high above everyone else, like in terms of theoretical damage, is just because they're assuming like the super sweaty maxed Movika combo. But like if you don't do that, you lose a lot of damage from Movika too. So where she becomes a lot more closer to everyone else. It's like, where do the assumptions end? You can assume like a whole degree of any issues with any character and the rotations. So I don't know. Like, where do you draw at what point do you draw the line? Why is it being arbitrarily drawn with Ayaka and not every other DPS considered? I guess is what I'm trying to say.
I think you just talked about Ayaka because someone brought up Ayaka for Scoffy in terms of DPS. But let's continue watching the rest of the 14 minutes, shall we?
Ayaka's pretty much 100k DPS. What do you expect Kirkus DPS to be? I'm not sure, but I would expect 120k. I think 120k is what I'm expecting right now.
It's so funny that Skirk doesn't hit that, actually.
He does.
120?
Yeah, if you look at Zajev's calc, she's hitting really high. XD.
Wait, what does Vompi have? I think, doesn't Vompi have her at like 113k right now? Yes, Vompi has her at 113 right now. Damn. I've been burnt out of Skirk calcs, so I just haven't done any after like the version 2 I gave up.
200k, true.
It's the perfect time to come back.
Honest, though, I expect Skirk
She's
C1
done.
to give her like 30 or 40% team DPS. Like, I'm calling it right now. Skirk C1 is going to be Death Shred. It's going to be the same as like Ayaka's C4 or whatever. But yeah, I'm fully expecting Skirk's release to make it very easy to answer what the top 5 carries are. Because I am fully expecting Skirk to be good enough to sneak into the top 5. But yeah, right now, I don't know who number 5 would be. Like, okay, if you want my truly honest thoughts, okay, and we're not limiting ourselves to hyper carries, or like teams that have a dedicated carry at least, it's Nahida. I think Nahida's pretty similar to
What?
Arlecchino and Orisa, actually.
What?
I think Hyper Bloom teams are up there.
What?
Sorry, I had the screen. Bro, there's no way you clicked to Nahida out of every single character. Did you, like, why? I'm really curious why he skipped every single Notline character, if you look at the sheet.
Wait, what?
Guys, I know why. If you play Nahida, Marika, Setlali, Shilonen, that's a pretty good high DPS team.
Wait, what? Question mark?
Skirk's released to make it very easy to answer what the top 5 carries are. Because I am fully expecting Skirk to be good enough to sneak into the top 5. But yeah, right now, I don't know who number 5 would be. Like, okay, if you want my truly honest thoughts, okay, and we're not limiting ourselves to hyper carries, or like teams that have a dedicated carry at least, it's Nahida.
But like, Nahida isn't a DPS.
Okay, maybe he'll elaborate.
No, I feel like I understand what he's going to elaborate on, but like, is he does he mean as an on-field unit? Because even then, I would still disagree. Yeah, I would still disagree, because every single Natlan DPS kind of just cheats higher than Hyperbloom. Kinich is right there doing Hyperbloom numbers in single target while being able to group and hit multiple targets. C6 Nahida for like Nahida before Kinich? Yeah, I think I understand what he means. Like, he's using Nahida as an on-field, like, enabler. Right? I get what he means. But even if you want to assume Hyperbloom, Kinich kind of just outscales Hyperbloom currently. Especially factoring in Eonson. What?
I think Nahida's pretty similar to Arlecchino and Orisa, actually. I think Hyper Bloom teams are.
Ah, hell no. Yeah, what kind of calcs has he been looking at?
I don't even know how to respond to that, actually. I don't know how to respond to that.
Does he show, like... I would like to see where he's getting this from.
And the thing with Hyperbloom is you can't even, like, really use the like, low investment ceiling argument anymore, really. Because, Codex exists. Marisha Say exists, which are sets that kind of just give a ton of stats that make it easier to get off the floor. Similar to I just put this shit. I'm so confused. Hyperbloom sheets for like under 80k DPS. Like realistically, it's like 70k. It's like 70 mid 70k, I think.
Are up there. Is that only at C0? Yeah. Constellations can change this. While Nahida's C2 is good, the value of it isn't quite as high as recent early cons or weapons on carries, in the sense that the amount of damage you get from it is pretty good, but it's a similar amount to what you get from one Constellation or Signature upgrade on a Hyper team.
Skirk will make Hyperboom relevant again.
Although, to be fair...
Oh, hi Blue, you're in the Twitch chat. Hello. God damn it, now I have to study while watching this. You're so distracting. No one is forcing you to.
Not the best, but yeah. We've got some... No, that's old. We've already seen that. Who are the other contenders for number 5? Milani, Navia, which I don't have, so we'll use Kuchina as a placeholder.
Sure.
And... Kinda Tosca, kinda Kinich, kinda Hutao, kinda Linny, kinda Gumming.
Linny?
And...
Did he mention Linny before Kinich?
Kinda Tosca.
I heard he's a Kinich hater.
We've got some... No, that's old. We've already seen
again,
I think mostly because of his clunky gameplay or something. I don't think he likes his gameplay.
But the thing with like top 5 DPS is that like I feel like it's hard not to why did you redeem that, Volps? I finally played Genshin again yesterday, so I got Kokomi. Nice. Like, how many Nalan DPS do we have? Kinich, Mualani, Chaska,
Casca.
Vressa,
Malvika is
Malvika.
already on
But
there.
Malvika's already there. But like, I feel like you could, if you want to make a top 5, you could just list all the Natlan DPS pretty
True.
easily. Like, I would list all the Natlan DPS before I list anyone from any other region. If you get what I mean. Besides barring like Nubalet and yeah.
I think if you want to take comfort, I think Nebulet still
Yeah, of
fits.
course.
Like for example, like I pulled Milani because I like the design, but like I would never use Milani. Like without higher investment, I don't think Milani's benefit of nuking stuff really helps. I'd rather just use Nebulet. That's just me. It's just way more consistent, and Milani definitely has her own gameplay issues, which can be very, very annoying. So I don't think, yeah, like if it were up to me, I don't think I would put Milani. Just personal. I mean, there's a lot of personal bias, but I don't think I would put her top 5. I think there are a lot of gameplay issues. I don't think Chaska and Kinich have that many gameplay issues, though.
Yeah.
However, I tried playing Kinich on the event, and I can't really get 5E. So
Dude,
I think I gotta play better.
I've managed to say, like 5e Kinich is hard for me because I just don't play Kinich. Like I don't have him. But yeah, I've tried to learn it. It's Andad, yes.
For number 5, Milani, Navia, which I don't have, so we'll use.
Oh yeah, Navia's also a contender for top 5. I'm out of the loop for all these characters.
As a placeholder. Cloud. Kinda Tosca, kinda Kinich, kinda Hutao.
I haven't mentioned Kinich.
Kinda Linny.
Oh, okay.
Kinda Gumming. Alhaitham, I don't know. A little more sus. But yeah, like, that's the thing with a lot of the carries that, like, could potentially make it to the number 5 position, is that pretty much all of them will have situations where they're as good, sometimes even better than, the carries that I consider to be the top 4, but they all have some potential issues, right? Molani, all the clunk, some of which is completely outside your control. Kinich,
What is the clunk? You know, let's look into
it
it.
is not outside of your control, actually. If you're really good at Kinich, you will be able to reliably get 5e rotations. But it's hard as fuck. Chaska is good, but her best teams by far are just fucking Maui Kasi Lali teams. Outside of Maui Kasi Lali teams...
Oh, did I just skip? Oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
How far was I? How far was I?
All this guy had to do was play and watch the video, and he messed it up.
You will be able to reliably. Best teams by far are just fucking Maui Kasi.
I do agree with the sentiment that like Chaska's only like a top tier DPS if you have Malvika too. And then you can argue like, oh, she's just getting carried by Malvika. I don't know.
I mean, isn't that every single Nalan DPS at this point?
No Varessa, because Varessa's my goat.
Varessa less so, but like my man Kinich, Chaska, Milani. I don't know, bro. Maybe Chaska is definitely the more serious offender, but I think
Varessa Kausha Schwalbs.
Actually, also single target lock. There's that.
Like if you're gonna put in team building flexibility as well as ranking, it's kind of like you're gonna have to pick some sort of standard in ranking your DPSs. Like if you put Malwika as a top 1 DPS and then say, oh well, the other DPSs that use Malwika, they can't be that high because it uses Malwika. Like I mean, it's not. I don't think that's too useful of a metric.
Mm. Wait, Varessa still reaches 100k without Malvika Mudstart.
Yeah, I think Varessa.
Varessa's like low, like very low 100k, but she still reaches it without Malvika. She just something.
Varessa luckily has.
Team.
Yeah.
Is it Noob's best team instructor DTDS holder for Malvika?
Who else? Who else did I mention? I forgot. Navia. The main thing with Navia is just that she doesn't really necessarily have big issues, but her like optimal scenario, her best case scenario, is just not as good as the other characters here. Like the highest simmed Navia team is wheelchair for a reason.
This is such a horrible argument.
Isn't the highest DPS shooting Bennett Moika, or am I mistaken?
Well, you can. Well, with Sim, this is probably higher, but I wouldn't be surprised. Like I think if I remember off the top of my head, Navia Bennett Movica's like 85K. Oh, it's like woo. Okay, 82K without. Like 80K. But I feel like that's kind of disingenuous because that's like double Hydra with everyone. You can wheelchair anyone and get them that high. Like even Nuvolet's best team currently is what the Jeff thinks Nuvolet's best team is literally just Nuvolet getting wheelchaired by Escofia and Farina. It's like I think it's a non-argument. Like even he talked about Chelska too. Chelska also like loses so much for that Malvika. He just does damage, so like I don't know.
I don't know if I believe that Sim Farina Yalan 90k Navia seems kind of high.
Wait, hold on. There's so many characters you can do that with though. So why is it valid for Hu Tao? I don't know. I've never liked the wheelchair arguments because like even Skirk, who's been like praising Skirk so heavily, Skirk's also like does like what 50% of the damage. It's like where where does it start and stop? Like when is wheelchairing bad and when is it fine to assume wheelchairing?
Bro, why are Mawik every character except Mawika's best team is except Mawika. No, Mawika is being wheelchaired by Sitlali Shalonen. True.
Well, even is Mawika at QMS on Sim.
Or Sitlali. I mean, you can technically replace Shalonen.
1 million
Sure.
DPS with C6 or 5. That's hilarious.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I don't think Jeff likes the restrictions. I'm pretty sure I read something like he doesn't like restrictions as well. I mean, that's on brand. He didn't like Neely's restrictions, and it's basically the same here.
You know, I mean, part of that reason is that wheelchair just is really good for Navia, right?
Okay, at least he
like
mentions
Navia's a
that.
carry, so it makes a lot of sense for her to be good with Shilonen. But yeah, Navia deals a lot of damage on that team. I mean, sure, it's not an insignificant amount, and that's not what I'm saying either. But you could put Navia on a level.
Okay, Chatter also brings up like a good point. Not with like characters like it's the same one as people saying that Mualani Escofia is Mualani's best team. Like these characters are able to do a lot of front-loaded damage, which doesn't really like look the best on cheats, really. It's like Mualani can do like 500k with a vape. But of course, if you do if it's 4 vaped hits over a rotation on Sim, it doesn't look as impressive as like hitting the breakpoint actually in game. Like if you I don't fucking know how much Navia does with the Farina Bennett Shalonen team. But at the same time, like if you lose those benefits by playing her on wheelchair, you also won't really hit the right to breakpoint. It's the same thing. It's kind of the same thing as like Thundering Fury versus Whimsy on Chlorinde. Like yeah, Thundering Fury sheets higher, but if you actually just like play the characters, you most likely will clear faster with Whimsy, just because Whimsy allows you to hit that damage faster. Have you seen the new Skirk rotations with carryover Serpent stacks? Is it feasible? Didn't just get all fixed that Serpent's subtlety stacks don't carry over anymore? Didn't that just happen? Do you have a vids on all the
E?
Okay. Do you have the vids on old and new characters? I think I need to study my Genshin, not history. Okay, study history, please. But I have a new video on most of the characters, so you could go watch them.
One weapon with 0 artifacts and still clear in time. Like, the 50k DPS you get from the rest of the team is enough to clear. Is Naga Petra better than her Sig in wheelchair? No, it's not. She does do enough damage to justify using her Sig set. Alright, you gotta think about it this way, right? Petra gives you 35% hydro damage to about half of your team's damage. Her signature set gives you... how much does it even give you again? I forgot.
It's 54.
Gives you...
No, it's not.
15%
Never
gym
mind.
damage and 18% attack.
I was thinking
You get
about
an additional-
Whimsy.
You get 15% more damage and 18% more attack to 43% of your team DPS instead of 52, right? But like the actual buff is almost twice.
Do you wanna? Okay, hold on. This is why Sim is like so fake for some things. Because then you have KQMS C. You have KQMS C0 Chlorine doing 102k DPS. But if you open the team, it's just a Malvika DPS team.
Holy my goat Malvika.
It's just Malvika DPS. Then this, I think this one is more real. Yeah, okay, this one's a lot more real. But even then, it's... I could probably find some questionable things if I looked at the code. I don't like bringing up a sim with like barely any context as an argument. It feels
And it's affecting
shaky.
only 10% less of your team DPS. So it's gonna be better. If she had access to a set that does as much as Cinder City, it would be better. The biggest... I guess you do get the 15%. So it's a
That's too
bit
odd.
closer because of that. But still. I'm just kind of curious how far behind you. 91.5.
Never mind, I just want to play
Arcade
music.
Petra. I get it, buddy. Like, fine. Petra, 89. Just, like,
Why is he arguing with numbers with
Well, not
Noob
big of
above
a difference,
Malvika? That's also very funny.
It's just because Petra's not a very good set. Like, 35 damage bonus isn't actually that great nowadays. And it doesn't affect the whole team. Right? Petra's good at, like, Kea and Rosaria and those fucking Malvika teams because all your damage is pyro. So it's 35% damage to all your damage. But in a Navia team, it's only to about half your damage. Anyways, that aside, Navia is, like... She's a sort of
Why do I have 52 viewers? I'm doing nothing. I'm literally why is there 50 of you watching this? And there's some people on Twitch too. When I was actually
React content is so good.
Dude.
This is peak content. This is better than whatever you're doing in HSR, bruh.
Dude, when I was like my last 2 streams, when I was literally playing the game, I had like 35 viewers max.
Congratulations, you've learned how to become a streamer.
This takes no effort at all. Okay, you know what?
I think it's kind of similar to Clind in a way, where they're fairly good characters, but they're also pretty well balanced. And because there's other characters that are not balanced,
is this the meta? Like, do I just not play the game at all? Speaking of HSR,
they just don't really shine that
do I just put HSR on my second monitor at this point?
much.
Yes, that is literally how that game is designed to be played. True. It's an auto game.
So, like, I think that depending on how you look at it, you can make an argument that these 3 are even higher than these 2 in some situations.
What?
So, like, I think that depending on how you look at it, you can make an argument that these 3 are even higher than these 2.
Well, Arlecchino, sure, but I don't think any Nutland DPS barring Malvika is really that close to Veresa. Like, maybe if you can do 6E can each consistently. I think honestly, you know what?
is significant. I think Kanich is significantly better than Veresa against Electro Hypostasis.
Obviously, but okay. I think I'm getting stomached by Chaska. If we remove Chaska, I can agree with Kanich and Mualani, like, reaching Veresa levels of damage, actually. I can see it, like, in terms of clear times, because Mualani just hits very high breakpoints very quickly. And if you can do, play Kanich well, if you're getting, like, 6E, then I can also see an argument for Veresa being higher. I'm playing Minecraft right now, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, you know what? I can see it. I agree.
in
So
some
Jeff correct.
situations, right? I don't think you can make that same argument for Cloyne.
I'm not saying it makes or breaks Kinich. I'm just saying if you wanted like a reason to put Kinich above Varesa, then I can see it. But what if you get 5 mounts per rotation on Shaska? Never happening. The meta is starting some drama, fight someone.
Or Navia.
I tried to play Siege with Flip in the background, it did not work out. Why?
But
Hi, I'm having a good day. Hope you are too.
I do think that you can make a very reasonable argument that Cloyne and Navia are better than these three.
Base! What the
Because
hell?
while they don't have
Well,
that perfect scenario, because while they don't have that
well, actually, now that I think about it, I was excited for Chlorine Glaze, then I like realized who's
that Cloyne and
comparing
Navia
them
are better
to.
than these three.
Chlorine, okay, Chlorine above Shaska, I can see. Not Mualani. Kinich, maybe, if you're bad at playing Kinich. If you're a 4E Kinich merchant.
Because while they don't have that perfect scenario that allows them to shine that much.
So what's the top 5? Okay, there is no definitive top 5. It's just... I would have a vastly different top 5 to what ZZZ would have. And I also did stay at the beginning of the 3 act.
They're good, solid, reliable
So you can
characters that are
scroll
really
back.
easy to pilot. So that's why I think there's still considerations for 5th best character.
Wait, what alert was that for? I couldn't see it was covered.
I don't know. I just heard a thing.
I think someone just subscribed.
Full-time streamer, by the way.
I heard the alert, but
Even though
it disappeared.
these 3 characters have situations where they shine quite a lot more. Cloyne is not better than Molani and Kinich. I mean, if anything goes wrong with Molani, if you lose
Delta, was that you in chat?
that
No.
supposed to get because the enemy moved a little bit or something like that, her DPS is lower than Cloyne. If you miss a chomp because it bugged, DPS is significantly lower than Cloyne. If you're against enemies that kind of suck for Molani, like the Seahorse, she's worse than Cloyne.
He's kind of right, though.
If you're not doing 5E rotations, I'd argue he is also worse than Cloyne.
Wait, but he's kind of right, though, there. I can't... Like, if something goes wrong, he's basically saying there's, like, situations where things don't... Wait, Seahorse? Seahorse has electro resistance. Besides the Seahorse point... Barring the Seahorse point, I can kind of get what he means. Like, I'm trying to understand what the take he's trying to say.
I mean, I think every single
But
DPS
why?
has pros and cons. What is that?
Donation. Hi, thank you so much, man. Thank you so much, Jade.
Keep it up, Unk. Unk.
You're older than me!
Nah. No. I'm just reading the donation message.
No,
Keep it up, Unk.
no, Jade is also older than me.
Oh,
Now
guys,
in there, I'm sorry, man.
Nice pause.
Flip
Jeff
is
looks happy.
not an Unk.
The Jeff's first smile in
baby.
25 years.
Maybe if the good carries had AoE problems. Like, if the list looked like this instead, if Varesa and Arlecchino's numbers were kind of ass, right? And this was the top 4 carries, maybe.
I'm
Because then in
20.
AoE scenario, you encounter a lot more bugs with Molani, and Chaska kind of sucks. So if you don't have one of these two, Xiao can actually be up there, sure.
Wait, did
But the
Zhao?
bugs were kind of ass, right? And this was the top 4 carries, maybe. Because then in AoE scenario, you encounter a lot more bugs with Molani, and Chaska kind of sucks. So if you don't
I think you encounter less bugs with Mulan in AoE.
Yeah, it's
I
so
feel like,
easy to
I
get
feel
her.
like, I feel like Mulan
to get
gets
Oliver with
easier
his-
to play in AoE than in single target.
Yeah, it's so it's like if you get multiple clumps of enemies, it's so easy to get their shark bites.
don't have one of these two, Xiao can actually be up there, sure.
My goat Shao.
That was the last thing I thought I would hear,
Arlecchino doesn't have the
honestly.
best performance in AoE, but her flexibility in teams means that she's out of the carries here. One of the ones that can slot in groupers the most easily. Riz is not that good to be in the first 4, especially when she's really
What? Kill that chatter.
competitive with Arlecchino. It's not just Cloyne and Navi. I mean, okay, first things first. Even if you encounter the Raisa bug, which, by the way, all you have to do to not encounter the bug is to not mash your E like an idiot. It's a sort of bug that, like, once you know it exists, it won't be a problem anymore. It barely affects your DPS as long as you know it exists.
Apparently there'll be a new unit in 5.8. I'm just not buying a single one of the leaks about the characters until the beta comes out.
Like if there was a bug in Arlecchino that makes you do half damage if you press M first, or if you press your letter U. Like, just don't press U and you'll be fine. But yeah, also they're saying they're gonna patch it, so yeah. But even if you encounter the bug, Vrace's best teams are competitive with perfect case scenario Kaniche. And perfect case scenario Molani too.
Yeah, they said no character in 5.8, but now it just leaked and said it's now there's a character in 5.8, and actually we have the entire fucking Nordkrei cast as well. I'm sorry, I just don't buy it.
Oh, just in terms of DPS, he's not that far ahead. But most people don't know it exists. Like 99% of people don't have Raisa in 4. Okay, but they also have already addressed the bug, and it's clear it's gonna get fixed next patch. So like, it's not that big of a deal.
What even is the Varessa bug? I don't think I've ever encountered
sorry, I
it.
didn't talk about what you said about Aika. You said like 8 different things. I gotta talk about them one at a time.
I don't know the character. I have no idea.
Anyways, when it comes to Arlecchino, I think you can make a bit stronger of an argument that she's not as high. Like when you just look at DPS, Arlecchino is lower than Marissa. But Arlecchino has so much quality of life stuff that makes her so chill to play, and she has so much team flexibility that I think she still deserves her place here. It's not just flexibility in which units you can use her in; it's also archetypes, which means that pretty much no matter what your first side team is, you can make a good second side team with Arlecchino. When you're doing Kain Shavar's first side, you can play Arlecchino Meld second side. You're doing Malika Meld first side, you can play Arlecchino Shavar's second side. You don't have Shavar's? Play Fate. You've got a lot of options. You can even Entessie it up if you're really feeling spicy.
And do zero Arlecchino. I feel like that you can make the same case for most characters though. There.
I don't think he's necessarily wrong.
Yeah,
but,
no, I agree. I agree with you. But I
it.
feel like it's an argument you can make with a lot of characters. This is this is Varessa's right there. This is not pre-release. Varessa's right there. What do you mean? This was post Varessa release. She's right there. Are you pulling for Skirk? No, I'm not.
But also, what additional
Totally
features
based.
these characters have going for them is flexibility and
Jello-
resilience that makes it so that
Jello was really trying to get me to pull for Skirk.
HP breakpoints never really punish them. Like, if the first wave enemy has 500k HP, Malika is always going to waste some damage because of overkill on the first
True.
wave. Molani is also almost always going to waste some damage because the first chomp is going to do like 350k, and then the second chomp is going to overkill by a lot. And then, even if you were able to properly kill it with the first chomp, your second wave doesn't have VD. Anyways. To say that Hutao and Ayaka are still in the conversation versus Chaska, Kain, and Nalia. I think, okay, for Ayaka, once this study comes out, I can agree with that. But she's not out yet, which is why I haven't mentioned her. And for Hutao, I did already mention her earlier, but I can talk about her again a little bit. The biggest problem I have with, like, considering Hutao as one of the stronger carries is just that her best teams are kind of just wheelchair teams.
Is that an issue though? Because that's also the same case for. Okay, this was before Skirk, I guess, but like I don't know. I don't think someone being wheelchair is like an argument against having them in the high tiers, because DPS units like Malvika also get wheelchaired, but in different ways. Because like Malvika without Melt is like in line with Varessa, and then.
I can't believe all these DPSs are getting wheelchaired by their supports.
Yeah, everyone is getting wheelchaired by the supports. Like, just because the supports don't do damage doesn't mean that the supports aren't important. I don't understand it really. It's a damage contribution though. Why does damage contribution like matter more than a support just buffing more? Because like, what's the difference between Malvika having Sitlali who gives her melts and fucking Hutao having Yulon and Farina? If that's just her best team regardless. Like, Emily does like 30% of the damage on Kaniche teams? And he has, and the thing is, he has Nuvolet at the top with the like emphasis on Nuvolet, Farina, and Scoffia, which is also technically a wheelchair team. And it's also weird because Hu Tao still does a lot of damage. That's the weird part. Hu Tao. Well, I guess I could just... Is this the highest? Okay, it's kind of... Okay, it is very funny. Wait, this was like... Wait. Okay. Fuck. Okay. Okay, that is actually very funny. This cock is ass is... Oh, is it? No, it's not. It's continuous. Oh, this is continuous. Okay, 39% is kind of crazy, but still. Fuck, let's get... Okay, wait. Hmm. I'm trying not to portray his point disingenuously. Because there's also like, Hmm. You know, I'm trying not to misrepresent what you're trying to say, so let's just get back to the Shonen one. Because, like, Farina and Hilon just do a ton of damage. Right? Yeah, I mean, if you want to look at Xianyan... And, like, it's not like... If you look at most double Hydra drivers, like, if you compare this to, like... Okay, well, let's just keep that open. If you compare this to, let's say Raiden. That's Raiden. Right? I love how the first thing that appears is this. But, like, if you compare this to Raiden, who's 74k, Hu Tao is almost, like, 15k higher with the same characters. So there is something Hu Tao is doing that makes her more beneficial as a driver than Raiden, if you get what I mean. Like, Hu Tao is one of the best utilizers of the double Hydra core. So is it that much of a negative if those are just her best supports regardless? Like, it's hard to argue for the wheel Turing in this case if she's the much better utilizer of those characters than everyone else. And it's kind of the same thing where it's also just damage contribution as a percentage. With Wanderer teams, like Wanderer, Bennett, Farina teams, I remember, like, people find it odd, like, Wanderer is no longer doing, like, 90% of the team's damage. Wanderer is no longer doing, like, 90% of the team's damage like he once was. But the thing is, his damage in a Farina team is higher than it is on his other teams. Is he, like, no longer really a hyper carry just because Farina happens to do a lot of damage? No, like, not really. Like, if Wanderer is doing 1 million DPR with Farina, and he's doing 800k with Layla as a shielder, but in the Farina team, he does, like, 74% of the team's damage, but in the Layla team, he does 90% of the team's damage. Does it, like... Is he less of a carry just because Farina does a lot of damage? No. Like, that's... Anyways, I don't know, I just don't really like wheel Turing. I feel like it's never really used in a good light, and it's always used to just downplay characters, and I feel like it's very selectively used. I don't know. I don't like the way the term is really being used. I feel like wheelchairing only like should be a metric when the character's like bad or like if it's okay. Also another thing, right? It was funny when we just when I opened Sim for the first time. Look, you have 105k with a Eula team. This is not Eula are we gonna act like this is Eula being good, or is it just because their supports are really good? So why is it any different between Eula getting carried by like Eula's probably also doing like 80%, like 94% of the team's damage, right? So like, are we gonna pretend that supports aren't just very strong? What's the difference? Is this not a wheelchair team? Like, what's the difference between this team, where the supports are carrying to make the carry do so much damage, and what's the difference between this and just running a double Hydra team? If you get what I mean. So that's why I just don't like the terms, because supports are also just super strong. You said you'll not pull Skirk. I'm curious, do you have a wish what DPS you want to see in the future? Like, personally, I want to see any spread DPS again. I just want to pull for supports. I don't really think I like every, I don't know, I like the DPS cadence I have currently. It would have to, unless Columbine is a DPS, I don't know. I don't really care about specific DPS playstyles, I just care about if I like the character or not. But yeah, every team's technically a wheelchair team, it's just that some characters do damage and some don't. Yeah, like, unless the character's actually a net negative to the team, I feel like saying they're being wheelchaired as a way to, like, dismiss what they do in the team is weird. It's a very hard stance to really take. I don't know. I don't know if I worded that very well. But yeah, I don't really see a difference between supports being super strong to carry a DPS and Furina Yulon doing a ton of damage. I don't know. I don't think there's that much of a difference.
But like, she's not bad in those wheelchair teams. She's pretty good. Chaska's wheelchair is stronger than Hu Tao's wheelchair. I mean, I don't know if I agree with that, because technically, this is a Hu Tao wheelchair team, and that's probably stronger than Chaska's wheelchair team. But we might be getting into
okay, that was kind of funny
discussion right now, so let's stop there. Let's stop there.
Okay. Alright, no more the Jeff Daily.
Finally, we finished the video.
Oh my, Andrew, you actually scared the fuck out of me. I forgot you were here.
Wow.
You didn't say anything.
I was just letting you go off, King.
Chef Bruce is the best unit in the game.
Rivers is good.
Viewers
Also, after trying to do Kanich in this game mode, yeah, Lil Bro's not making top 5. Bro! I think it's just like his stats are so bad.
Wait, was that actually 50 minutes? No way after that long.
Opus HSR minus 30 viewers. You know what to do, guys.
Everyone
Speak with your views.
Everyone
Speak
just leaves.
What actual content you want to watch from this stream, from your favorite streamer.
It only took. Was it actually 50 minutes? No way. Do you know what? I think the Soul video is probably funnier because I took legit 40 minutes for a 12-minute video. Where's the Jeff Daily? Stop. No, you guys will stay here and watch me. We want more drama.
It was actually an hour ago when you first started the video.
It does not feel like it's been an hour. You know what's even funnier? I'm supposed to do the ZZZ events after this. I don't think we have time.
Ooh.
Okay, no. The Jamie Arlecchino video has a lot of theory crafting. If I start that, I'm not finishing. I also need more mods.
Wait, I've done this event before. They just re-released it. I remember this hammer.
I remember this hammer. Or are you talking about HSR?
Yeah.
No, please. It's what the people want. Do you ZZZ while playing HSR? The thing is, I kind of have to be active so that I can do this. Otherwise, I wanted to complete the event. Oh, music. Also, please no more reactions, please. Oops. I'm surprised I still haven't dropped any frames yet while I have all this shit open.
Nothing.
Oops.
I like that confidence.
Really full?
Okay, what do you want to watch now? Got to go sleep? Oh, okay. Okay. Phew. You promised us a third React video? Thank you so much, Delta. Good night. Okay, then do your top 5 DPS instead of reacting. I already said my top 5. You guys all want me to watch the Jamie video. Okay, I'm going to do one more reaction. You guys get to choose. Jamie. Video. I don't think the Jamie video is gonna be like, it's mostly just theory crafting. I don't think it's gonna be that entertaining. Oh 07? Wait, Andad, are you still here? You are.
Yeah, 07 minus another hour if you're gonna watch another video.
Oh my, I hate you guys so much. Jamie, KB, 90.
In one
Alright, time to turn off everything again. Oops. Alright. Ad blocker.
in one.
Hey guys.
Alright, bye Blue. I will dispatch you in 8 hours. This one might. I'm not spending 8 hours on this.
Interesting video today. As you can see, I'm playing Arlecchino. Arlecchino was very popular on release, but I would say ever since Marika came out, she's definitely been overshadowed. But one of my viewers today is joining us on this video since they've done a lot of Arlecchino theory crafting, and they want to share that with you and go over what they've learned.
Hello, I'm the viewer in question.
We've got theory crafting, we've got gameplay, we've got general analysis. Maybe by the end of this video, you'll realize you've.
Oh. I'm stupid. It's on screen now, stop crying.
You've been underrating Arlecchino. Maybe there's a lot that you learned. Maybe
I know who this theory crafter is, I think.
Maybe this video will help you dust off your Arlecchino. Give her another go, give her another chance. So just to clarify, so you're coming at this from both like the gameplay perspective and you're going to show us some calculations, right? And maybe you might show us some speedrunning.
Yes. Actually, I will not show speedrun. We will talk about it.
What's the lore? No, they're not getting cooked. Oh, hi, Delta. Delta just left the stream as well. Who Tao's better? Uh, yeah, I don't think there's definitely no KQMS. Oh, I know who this is. I was sold in the Arlecchino bill. Is it, I don't know if it's worth to watch this.
Bro, based Jamie. I don't do DPS tier list. That's based. Based.
Am I still streaming to you? Get the. Why am I? I'm not wasting more. Oh wait, you're watching this with me. Never mind.
Wow.
Oh, Emily. Mm. So it's kind of crazy that this is true though. Like Arlecchino mains acted like Arlecchino was like so much better than every other pyro carry at the time of release. I don't know. I feel like Arlecchino has a lot of just stolen valor. Karma. I don't know. Do you guys actually want me to watch this? Yes. Yes. Just watch more Jeff Daily. Nah. Put on 2x speed. A second thoughts, no. I don't think this is going to be fun to react to if it's just going to be theory crafting. Hi, Nitesh. Oh, wait, what? Where's the Jamie video? Skip through the video.
As well, it's one of the
Yo,
things
leaked.
about
Look at
Arlecchino
top, guys. Don't look at top left. Leaked script.
that is.
Oh. Why does your voice turn so? It's not intentional.
Different from every other character.
I've embodied the streamer persona and I've just been a React handy.
I think basically everything about her, it is lacking information. Calcs that might very well be like completely true on paper are actually completely different in reality.
So I guess we can start off with what makes Arlecchino unique, do you think?
Well, first of all, obviously she can be healed, and in return she gets a 40% pyro damage boost, just completely unconditional. And I think that specific, like give her a damage boost but take away her healing, was made by the devs to encourage us to really invest more into her and take advantage more of her and play her kind of like a glass cannon. And I think most people haven't been doing that or haven't been doing it enough.
I guess some people might say that this pyro damage bonus is self-buff and sort of like the glass cannon playstyle, that is kind of similar to how Hu Tao works.
Yeah, actually, while it might look similar on the surface, Hu Tao's damage bonus is actually conditional, which is actually not obtainable on every team. Meanwhile, Arlecchino,
they're an adult.
all you have to do is be in combat.
It's there. Yes, there. You could also see the 7 UID.
So basically, if you guys didn't know, I'm sure a lot of you already do, but you apply her skill onto enemies, and then you wait a bit.
I'm guessing German.
And then you can do a charge attack. And then what happens is her damage starts off really high, and then gradually goes down. The one of life you can see on her health bar, it gradually goes down.
So that's what you just talked about. It actually is completely unique to her. That level of flex.
Flip has a 1-2 CV build cracked voice rate. Does my voice break that often?
Ability when it comes to front loading damage. Okay, I think that's the most important part. Number 3, her numbers. Just raw numbers change depending on how many enemies there are on the field and also how many rotations are you doing. So for example, while she might do like 5.8 thousand motion value on a single enemy in one rotation, that would change because you would get an extra 15% if you had 2 enemies, right? And we go up to 6,200 motion value. Right? That's a pretty big difference, right? I think that also is one of the reasons she's misunderstood because for every character...
I heard... No, you didn't. Relax.
Up until Arlecchino, all the Theorycrafters would have one template and one scenario, usually, which they would use to calculate every character. Naturally, when Arlecchino came out, they did the same thing, right? Like, why would you do anything different? And I think...
Okay, that's actually true, though. Because with if you... Okay, it's why it's why there's, like, such a variance between what Sim has for Arlecchino and what Theorycrafters calc for Arlecchino. Because if you assume one rotation with Arlecchino, then you aren't getting the leftover Bond of Life, which is what most Theorycrafting sheets operate on. But if you assume 2 rotations, then you can do a 2-rotation average, in which, as we saw, Arlecchino's DPS shoots up by 3k every single rotation you add on, as her Bond of Life gets carried over into the next rotation. So, I do agree with the sentiment that a lot of Theorycrafting sheets have Arlecchino undercalced, if you look at the lens of you're going to do multiple rotations. But I feel like that also, at the same time, does take away some context, because with Arlecchino, if you just burst, you lose that advantage. If you just burst with Arlecchino, then you also lose that advantage of the extra Bond of Life. And you obviously are going to have to burst eventually, unless you just no-hit everything like a god. So, it's kind of like a sticky, like, an iffy thing. Do mob sheets with TTDS also average 2 rotations? Some do, some don't. I think most people specify. I think most do specify if they are assuming like TTDS full or TTDS averaged. I don't know. I think I don't fucking know. I think I average TTDS.
Yeah, most of the time it's average TTDS.
Yeah. And there's also Brain died. There's also some characters that also benefit, like Chlorine also. Like any team with Fischl really benefits more from a 2-rotation average, because Fischl doesn't snapshot buffs on the first rotation, but she snapshots buffs on the second rotation onward. So where Fischl's damage increases by like 10-20%, depending on the buffs. And that's also something sheets don't really account for, which can also make Fischl look worse. So. Fischl also is this, yeah, that's why, that's also why there's such a massive discrepancy between how Fischl, like, sheets versus how she sims. Because with sims, they have, like, 5 rotations, and Fischl is only unbuffed in one of those 5 rotations, whereas on sheets, people just assume that she doesn't get buffs because she doesn't satchel. And it's also why Fischl might feel a lot worse than how she sims. Because, oh, you aren't getting that buff from the first rotation. She feels bad. I'm going to switch to another character now that buffs. So, yeah. Rotation, it's why you can't just look at sheets and assume that's how, like, the game works. There's more to it.
Once you start digging into all of these small things, which add up over time, they can completely transform the way you look at Arlecchino.
You know, it's quite interesting you say that, actually, because as people on the channel know, I've never been a big fan of
how do you not know who Jet is?
How a lot of people do Mualani Theorycrafting, because she actually scales quite similar to Arlecchino, I guess, in a way. Yeah, how she tags enemies for her Sharky bites, this actually does scale in speed depending on how many enemies there are. If you're able to do her normal attacks way faster in AoE, that means you get completely different numbers. To be fair, in AoE, the damage you do is only a percentage, like you can see you get 72% of the original damage, but that's usually counteracted by the fact that you're attacking way faster. So I guess Arlecchino kind of can work similar as well. Like both these sorts of characters, it is very tricky to like Theorycraft them because they work completely differently depending on the exact scenario that you're in. So let's get into the calcs then. So just a quick disclaimer before we show your calcs. So you're not only looking at KQM standards, which are like the typical low investment.
Do you guys consider KQM standard as low investment?
No. Sorry. I thought KQM standard is actually pretty high.
Right? Okay, I feel like KQM standard is like medium investment. No, I wouldn't call it low investment. I call it medium investment. Because I feel like people forget that KQM standards also tunes ER as well. which a lot of people don't really do. I feel like it's more mid investment than it is like low investment. If you get what I mean. Like if you look at let's just slap Florent there. Is this Zero clone team? Yeah, look. It's 120. So I feel like this is like a decent amount of stats. This is what 200. Isn't this 200 CV? Yeah, this is over 200 CV, which I feel like is usually like the bar. I consider this more mid than low. Cause what? KQMS level is around what my Wanderer is. It's definitely not high investment. It's like my Wanderer is top 15%, and this is like KQMS SAS. Do I have anyone else around the CV range? I don't think I do. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like people I feel like people underestimate that Kakuma's standards are like not the worst thing in the world. Like I don't know. I feel like calling it low is misleading. Will you get more Vika for your Varessa? No. What? What? She's top 40%? Top 50%? Excuse me? Oh, I guess attack sounds. Okay, I did not try with my Escofia. Below KQ.
Bro, I actually had no idea why you were screaming what for.
Oh, did you not see it?
I
Okay, wait, what are you guys saying 27 for? What's 27? $27 what? Oh, this? $27 substat, okay. Yeah, wait, KQMS is... It's so hard. KQMS is 20 flexible substats, so 20 you can adjust, and then it's 20 fixed.
For the rest, but you need 2 per.
20 fixed are cheaper. So if you look at Bennett, like if it's let's just say Clorendon an overload team, she gets 20, and then she gets 2 crit rate, 2 attack, 2 crit rate, 2 attack, and 2 crit damage. So KQMS is like 26 substats for characters that don't have higher scaling or any like further EM or HP scaling. It's like 26 substats. So I guess this would be around KQMS. Hi Kale. What's up? Okay, hold on. This is 32, 31, 28. But this is also like close to KQMS. My fish is only 27? And my Wonder is 22. That's below KQMS. You know, I fuck Akasha leaderboards. This means nothing. No, my Varese
Your
is
builds
good.
are actually trash. What the hell?
Whoa! Hope UID now. What's your UID? What's your UID? No, do it, bitch.
Sent the link.
Huh?
I sent the link.
Okay, are you gonna send your Akasha link anytime soon, Andad?
Yeah, I sent it.
Okay, he's
It's in
not
the
gonna
chat.
send it. Not gonna send the Akasha link. Okay, I see. What a
What?
bitch.
I sent, bro. This guy opened it and he clicked off.
Just
Click on it again,
not
buddy.
gonna see the Akasha link. Damn, I see how it is. Wow, you're so weird. Hold on, I need to switch to my headphones. Like, this will
Brother,
take like
he's
2
too
minutes.
shit to.
Investment
He's
standard.
actually too shit to see it, to show it.
Oh wait, what? Hi Arnold. What's up, Arnold? You're in the Twitch chat, by the way. I set up dual streaming finally. I can't hear anything, by the way. I need to switch my audio output. Okay, Andad speak.
Speaking.
Okay, I can hear you.
So you're gonna click on the link again, or
No, what link? You didn't send anything.
hey, you want me to send it through YouTube chat just so you can see? Surely he'll see this link.
I don't see anything. Oh, hi, Cash. Your fish is worse than mine. Listen, my builds are good. I hope I'm in the Twitch chat. You're live on Twitch, I know. And that flip mid off. Should we invite Vompy to the call too? Actually, no.
Bro, Bompy's awake. It's that if he's awake, that means it's time for me to go to sleep.
Oh yeah, don't you have work?
Yeah,
Why are you up?
it's not even 12 p.m. yet.
You're employed. Alright then, are you gonna dip out then?
Did you see my link yet?
What link?
My Akasha
Huh?
link.
What? What? Your what? Okay, so Anta decided that he wanted to leave for today. Andad's decided that he wanted to leave, I guess. I wish he said goodbye. Kind of
Level 9
mean.
talents. So you're looking at slightly higher investment, similar to like what I do. So you'll be looking at sort of builds.
Slightly higher, maybe.
Yeah, you'll be looking at builds closer to your kind of investment, which is more like 30, 32 substats. We're going to be looking at
32 substats,
level
yeah.
10 talents. We're going to be looking
32 substats. Interesting.
at signature weapons, but we can mess around with some of the settings a bit. You have KQM calcs as well, you have low investment calcs, but I think what you're going to show us is how some of these calcs would change. You'll probably be showing us how some of her damage will scale very well with investment.
Yo.
Like, one of the things I want to mention is that this is like a very honest mistake. I think if I myself was a content creator at the time, I would have made this.
I didn't leave the call. Were you Andad, you left. Why are you trying to rewrite history? Anyways.
Investment.
Like, one of the things I want to mention is that this is like a very honest mistake.
Oh my fucking god. Hello?
Yo, what's up?
Yo, after you left the call?
After I left the call.
Yeah, that was so mean. You didn't even say goodbye.
Oh, my bad. I think I misclicked somewhere.
Yeah.
My bad, guys. I'm sorry I was so rude to you and your chat.
So disrespectful.
Yeah, my bad. So, let me respond. I was responding to this, and then I realized that you disconnected me. Please edit Flip's DNA into a decent human being. Well, Bompy, I'm sorry, but I don't work with human cells.
Yeah,
But
are,
then
wait, what are you? Aren't you a chemical editor or something?
Chemical editor. Yeah, let's go with that. I'm a chemical editor.
What do you do again? I forgot.
Let's see. How can I say this without being sued by NDA? Let me think. I work with yeast. Genetic editing of yeast. Sure.
Yeah,
let's go with that.
genetic editor. There you go.
Genetic editor.
All right then.
Basically bio, lab work stuff. Bro makes the no. I don't work with guys. I don't work with human cells.
Alright then.
I could make a joke that Flip could work because he's not a human. However, I don't think I'll be that.
Whoa!
Anyway.
Okay, just say bye already. I sent your link in the chat.
Anyway.
Everyone gets scripted and he's a cool person.
Thank you for letting me barge in. This was fun.
Yeah.
Reacting was fun. Listening to you yap was fun.
Alright, you're talking too long.
Also, subscribe to Flip.
No, subscribe to Undead instead.
He's not that bad. He's actually not that bad.
What?
And I'll see you guys on the flip side.
Dumbass. Worst. Worst channel of all time. Also, this video isn't that funny. Do you guys still want me to watch this?
I think if I myself was a content creator at the time, I would have made the same mistake.
So what are you showing us now?
Now I would like to get into comparison between Novelette specifically. Before I do that, I want to say I have no beef. I personally think this might be a hot take. I personally think Novelette is perhaps a little bit over.
Oh my god, Vars is free content. Oh my god, Vars would be free content. Yes, yes. He's embracing the react metal. Okay, okay, you guys can choose a video. I do not remember any of these videos. I'm being so serious. Some people would send me links. I would skip through the parts they told me to look at. I have not watched these videos in the entirety. So, what specific... Okay. Top 5 strongest teams, or are version 4 characters still good? Defense Goblet is better, yes. Teams, top 5 strongest teams, top 5 strongest teams. Top 5, you know it's gonna be good. I only know... Okay, I don't remember actually, never mind. I remember watching it and it was funny though. I saw Chaska got scared. Why is my ad block not working?
Despite the overall poor reception of Natlan from its story to character design and so on, when looking at it strictly from a gameplay point of view, version 5 might be the most meta-changing year we've had so far in terms of its units, demonstrating a noticeable increase in performance and capability across its characters in contrast to what we had before. Normally, when I update the best teams video each year, you can expect to find 1 or 2 making a reappearance. Not so the case in this video. We have a lot of stuff to go over, so without further ado, today I'll be updating my video on the strongest teams in Genshin Impact as of version 5.5. Before we get into the video though, I want to give a brief shout out to our sponsor for today, Summoners War Sky Arena, here to celebrate their 11th anniversary. Characters, their ability to assimilate the elements of her other factors can come into play.
He's already okay.
As well, top tier.
We're logged in.
Natlan's been racing. You can use my link in the description below. Amount of free stuff to include 2 honorable mentions alongside sponsoring the video. Before now, back on topic. As per usual, my plan is to include 2 honorable mentions.
Is that Moolani? I know that's Kinich. Who's that? Midstream, please end. No one's forcing you to watch. This should piss me off. Wait, is this... That's not Moolani, is it? Moolani? It is? Chaska? Is it Chaska? It could be Chaska.
Mentions alongside the main 5. Expectedly, there have never
Stream
been this
fell
many
off when ended less
in the
real?
game due to the
Okay.
fact
Usage rates brought up in the first 2 minutes.
that there have never been this many top tier characters in the game. Natlan's been raising both the bar and floor this time around, with almost all of their characters being either strong at worst or format warping at best. Selecting the best teams is of course mostly subjective, and it comes down to what you value more than others.
Bars, I
In
believe in
reference to
you.
the title, when you think of strongest teams, the first thing to come to mind would be DPS ceiling, which does indeed matter. However, other factors can come into play as well. Uptime fluidity, AoE or single target.
I love Var so much. Uptime fluidity is a term no one has ever said before. I love it when Vars invents new terms. Usage rates are accurate, let's be so for real. They aren't. SMH.
Which does indeed matter. However, other factors can come into play as well. Uptime fluidity, AoE or
Okay, what's it called again? The Dunning-Kruger effect? Where people, it's like a portion of the Dunning-Kruger effect where people will just like say like really smart terms as a way to pretend they understand the topic they're discussing. If you watch the Saint Tontas versus Seka Poke debate, which is hilarious, like randomly Saint Tontas just starts bringing up ICDs as if it was relevant to the discussion to make it sound like he knows what he's talking about. It's so funny when people do it.
Single target, substitution options, and so on, all of which lend themselves to a better performing team. There's also the question of if we should include constellations in the discussion. How would that work? For the sake of simplicity, I'm going to take a more general approach to this topic.
C0 5 stars,
in my
C6
personal
4
opinion,
stars.
are strong, practical, and consistent above all else. Constellations will apply as needed. So if I'm referring to something that needs
There's a Saint Tontas and Seka Poke call, yes, and it's the funniest thing ever. Also, that makes no sense. Why are constellations being selectively applied?
a constellation, I will mention it. That being said, 4 stars will be at C6. Lastly, not to sound like a broken record, but just
is that not weird to like selectively apply constellations?
Just because the team's not mentioned in this video doesn't mean they're not good. These are just the 5 or 7 I should say that are the best performing ones at the moment. If you think there are other teams worth mentioning, you're welcome to share them in the comments down below. Now let's get on with the honorable mentions first, shall we? First team I want to go over is Chaska Hypercarry, or just Chaska. The main draw of this character is her ability to assimilate the elements of her other 3 party members, that is assuming they're a sorrowable element, being Pyro, Hydro, Cryo, and Electro. When mounting her gun, she's capable of firing multiple elemental shots at once, allowing her to effectively trigger her own elemental reactions without her team needing to do anything. As such, the primary goal of Chaska is to get 3 different elements on her team, and for those party members to contribute as much DPS as they can, either in their own way or by buffing her. So with that in mind, the 2 staples are definitely going to be Mavuika and Zalali. The primary goal of Chaska is to get 3 different elements on her team, and for those party members to contribute as much DPS as they can, either in their own way or by buffing her. So with that in mind, the 2 staples are definitely going to be Mavuika and Zalali, covering 2
Yeah, it's annoying that he's right.
elements and offering exponential increases to Chaska's power. For your final option, you need to carry either a Hydro or Electro to round out the group.
And this is where he's like wrong. Guys, he had a good 30-second streak, but no, the best way to round out Chaska teams in this case is to use Bennett or Eon-san. Hydra character is just worse than using Bennett or Eon-san, because they're just stronger buffers. You were doing so good.
If you have C2 Chaska, you only need 2, but even then, it's still worthwhile to go for the other ones. That leaves you with Farina, Auroran, and
What is Auroran doing there? Why is he in the middle and what is he doing there?
Tian-san. Obviously, Farina's more in the
Farina with no heal. I didn't even realize it. Yeah. What is he cooking? I love Vars so much. Why is Farina there? Farina and Auroran question mark? No, because Prototype Amber is just worse than TTPS. Yonsan is the best in slot here, but then Bennett should be here over these 2. It's kind of the thing where the passive doesn't necessarily correlate to the strongest thing. It's the same way with Hu Tao, her best teammates just end up being healers, despite the fact that she wants to stay above 50% HP for a buff. Same thing with Linny, where monopyro teams were kind of bad with him. It's why he wanted to use Farina instead. So yeah, you rather just have Bennett or Yonsan, or even just Bennett, even if it's double stacking the 2 elements, because it's just better than using Farina or Auroran.
The damage boosting department, so if you were to take her, Zalali, and Bennett, you get more power loaded into Chaska, but at the expense of less team damage.
That's true.
The biggest strength of this team is of course the sheer single target damage it has. Naturally though, it comes at the cost of poor AoE faculty. I'm not talking that many points.
Yep. Why requires a rainbow party a con? It's first of all, it's not true, and second of all, it's not a con. That's just how the character works. Homophobic. Oops. Wrong tab. Okay.
Let's offer for that though. There's another single target attack.
Single target attacker shows Mualani?
I'll be mentioning in the top 5. I would say another notable con with her team is that her party
What? Why do people think Mulan is single target? She gets more shark bites in AoE. She does more damage in AoE than she does in single target.
requirements can be pretty stringent since you can't just go like 1 animal, 3 pyro or something. They have to be different elements. Still though,
they don't have to be different elements. 2 elements is fine.
Excellent boss killer and a fun character to use, IMO. Second honorable mention.
Did he just say IMO? Would the 2-second thing, in my opinion, have changed that much?
Goes to Kanish and his Burning Squad, not the
Fair.
most popular character in pull value, but surprisingly one of the.
Where did you get that from? What is this? Wait.
Second honorable mention goes to Kanish and his Burning Squad, not the most popular character in
Kanish is like the most popular Natlan character.
pull value, but surprisingly.
What that doesn't mean. That doesn't. What does that mean? Not the most popular character in pull value. Is he not popular or is it his pull value? Because those are 2 different things. I love Vars so much.
Surprisingly one of the strongest in the game, and fairly straightforward to play too. When paired with Emily, your goal is to cook the out of everything, so a standard lineup will consist of Yansan, Emily, and Mavuika. In case you're wondering why Mavuika and not Shinley, it's mostly for consistency, and besides, Mavuika's skill doesn't cost a billion energy to use. Simply
there are more variants that are arguably stronger, but this is fine.
You want to burn the living hell out of everything that moves, set
No, you know what's funny? Kanich is still one of the most popular characters despite being a male. Like, I think the most popular characters in Natlan are Kanich, Lolly, and Mavuika.
fire to the world, then sit back and say this is fine. Emily's ridiculous uptime and very high personal damage make her a better choice than Nahida in this regard as well, especially because Emily herself is also a burning specialist. So you have no reason to not pair the 2 together. And then of course Kanish is all about attack scaling, and Tiansan can power him up in that department.
Kanich is all about attack scaling, like with not 80% of the cast. Insightful commentary.
While carrying Cinder City, letting you go more DPS than Mavuika. You can also just go Bennett when in doubt, that kid's the most broken unit in the game at this point. A decently easy team to play and doesn't.
Very high single. Kanich is also good in AoE though. Fair. I don't. Emily being niche is contentious, but I get what he means. But I don't really think it's like a real, like, con.
Doesn't require too much investment.
I do understand with calling Kanich as single target, but like it's kind of like his AoE is still good. It's just hard to execute.
To get going, but this team is.
Yeah, I think the Emily point is also quite fair.
Also pretty single target oriented, and you're missing out a ton if you don't have Emily, who's an incredibly niche character.
That's the thing though, because Emily, like, you can call Emily is niche in what triggers her damage, but she has a lot of options. Like, the amount of teams you can play Emily in is a lot. She had full value before Kanich came out. Like, Emily kind of only really got worse in Natlan with the scroll set being a thing and accessible to like every character. I know, like, it's like she is niche, yes, in terms of her mechanics, but if like in terms of the amount of teams you can play her on, she's very flexible. It's like saying Farina is niche because she needs a healer. Like, yeah, technically yes, but that encompasses a lot of the cast. And Bennett and Shallonen exist. Escoffier is not better, shush.
In her own right, so I can't really recommend
it's in Kanich's team specifically.
Them for everyone, but if you do have both of them, they're surely a top contender.
Best in slot isn't being best in slot isn't necessarily a requirement to being flexible.
Okay.
I would argue, like, Emily's teams, while they're not the best, she still enables, like, a decent amount of good teams. I can acknowledge they aren't the strongest teams in the game, especially post-Natlan, but, like, she still enables, like, decent teams, even if they aren't the strongest.
Now that we're done with the honorable mentions, let's get straight into the top 5. And remember, this is not ordered. I feel like I have to repeat this every single time and yet people still think they're ordered. Anyway, time to get started. The newest member of the top 5 and quite possibly the strongest team in the game is going to be Mavuika Hypercarry. Nanlan units are notoriously party restricted due to their possibly the time and yet people still think they're ordered. Anyway, time to get started. The newest member of the top 5 and quite possibly the strongest team in the game is going to be Mavuika Hypercarry. Nanlan units are notoriously party restricted due to their unique playstyles, and Mavuika is no different, having an elemental burst not contingent on energy like everyone else, but fighting spirit which can be charged by either normal attacking or consuming night soul, implicitly forcing you to field other Nanlan units along with her. Fortunately, there's plenty of incentive to do so, not just in that it aligns with what you were going to do in the first place, but the payoff makes it absolutely worth doing so anyway. The best team you can get from Mavuika consists of herself, Zilali, Bennett, and Dianzan. 2 additional night soul users, 3 DPS boosting supports, 3 sustain components healing from Bennett and Dianzan plus shielding from Zilali, and a 4 not enabler through Zilali as well. Put together, this team is with no caveat, no asterisk, the best team in the game, having the highest DPS ceiling owing to Mavuika's incredible vertical scaling. Alternative choices for this team can be pretty hard to come by though, since no one can really replace either Zilali or Dianzan except for Shilonen. I mean, you realistically just need to get someone who
Emily's like Kazo in the sense that she's almost never best until but is really flexible, even though she's the versatile.
can run goals in the city and preferably a Vaporizon except for Shilonen. I mean, you realistically just need to get someone who can run goals in the city and preferably a Vaporize or Melt Driver, but at least 2 more Night Soul users are helpful for getting more full power ultimates off on the Pyro Archon. One other downside is that Mavuika doesn't have the highest uptime compared to other attackers.
That's not even really true. That's actually not even really true, actually. Hold on. Because if you do like Mavuika's optimal combo, your last charge attack is outside of her Night Soul state anyway, so it ends up being like the 10-second, 9-second window that most DPS fall into. And it's not even really a downside, I don't think. It's 7 seconds, and then you do your last charge attack, which is you do your last charge attack final hit combo, which is like an extra second and like a half. So it still ends up being within pretty much most DPS's window of like 10 seconds-ish. It's not, even if you want to say it's shorter, it's not that much shorter than anyone else's. So I don't really get why it's being mentioned.
So she's not meant for long drawn out fights. That being said, I'd like to see
What?
At least 2 more Night Soul users are helpful for getting more full power ultimates off on the Pyro Archon. One other downside is that Mavuika doesn't have the highest uptime compared to other attackers, so she's not meant for long drawn out fights.
Yeah, you know, if the character doesn't have much uptime, you can just start a new rotation, actually. Did you know that the game isn't played in one rotation? And if a character has low uptime, that usually means they have low rotation time, in which you can just do the next rotation. Short rotations are arguably better than long rotations for long drawn-out fights. And also, how many long drawn-out fights are actually in the game currently? Not really for content that matters. Hello, Blukey Doopy.
That being said, I'd like to see a boss service chamber tanky enough to last even 2 seconds against her, because this bitch can do damage in the 6 to 7 figure mark.
Whoa! Whoa! Vars is dehuman. I'm joking.
Chamber tanky enough to last even 2 seconds against her, because this bitch can do damage in the 6 to 7 figure mark. Assuming it's just one wave, you'll clear floors in record time.
I just want to come in here and thank whoever gave me the membership. I will pass on that message to ABC.
May not be the best designed Archon, but power is power no matter what form it takes. Second team's gonna be Novelette Hypercarry.
Fair enough.
And the only returning team from last year's video. A number of you might be quick to write in the comments how Novelette's damage isn't really that high, especially compared to what else we have, and I get it. What really makes him shine though are consistency and coverage. Novelette may not have the highest ceiling, but he sure as hell has one of the highest floors in the game. Combine that with the sheer ease of use of this guy, and it's gonna be a while before he officially gets last year's video. A number of you might be quick to write in the comments how Novelette's damage isn't really that high, especially compared to what else we have, and I get it. What really makes him shine though are consistency and coverage. Novelette may not have the highest ceiling, but he sure as hell has one of the highest floors in.
He doesn't really have one of the highest floors though. Okay, this is a very like nerd point, but he doesn't really have one of the highest floors, like in terms of what? In terms of what? Highest floors? No, he scales the same. Like Hyperblim, I can understand saying it has like a high floor or low floor for like entering the DPS realm that's good because you just farm EM. I don't know. I just don't get what he means. Like, because Nuvula is a crit scaling DPS. So, he's a crit scaling DPS that uses Marushise. So if you wanted to farm for him, he's like not really that much harder than any Natlin or Fontaine character. The point probably is that he works even if you only get his passive stacks. Sure. He's flexible. Yeah, but that's not what he said. Like, I'm not against Nuvula being top 5. I think Nuvula's top 5 for sure. I'm just, his points are kind of meh.
In the game. Combine that with the sheer ease of use of this guy, and it's going to be a while before he officially gets knocked off the list. Despite being a returning veteran, his teams have actually changed quite a bit. To no one's surprise, you still want to pair up the Hydro Sovereign with the Hydro Archon, being a perfect match for each other synergistically speaking. But from then on, you can go about things however you please. Since the 2024 edition, he's received a number of upgrades to his arsenal, not the least of which being, once again, Skull of Cinder City, making his new best tier Shilonen. Prior, Jean or Xianyun would be your main choices for the healer slot, but neither of them really helped him in the DPS department on their own. Shilonen does, having comparable shreds of Virtus and Venera, while also being able to run the 40% party-wide damage boost from the most overpowered artifact set in the game. You can also technically use Auroran or Solali for the same purpose.
Okay, I'm about to get scared,
the best Neverlet team would be himself, Burina, Kazuha, and Shilonen, Auroran, or Solali. You miss out on the triple passive boost, but it's more than made up for with each character buffing your team's DPS by a staggering amount. Of course, if
okay, wait, it's so weird though, because he can acknowledge in this case that you don't necessarily need to max out Nuvolet's passive in order for his team, for this to be a strongest team, but he doesn't do the same for like Chaska. He said Chaska needs Rainbow, but she doesn't.
You can eat it too. Honestly, so long as you have Arena and 2 other Hydro Reactor elements, you can do whatever the hell you want with this guy. Consistent time, high damage, fantastic AoE coverage, and respectable boss.
What does that mean? Brain dead, easy to play, sure. HP scaling has a thing, sure. Damage ceiling is not as high. Some newer units, sure. What the fuck? Nuvula is bad against enemies that are Hydra immune, really? Really, Mars? Why is that mentioned? Why does that need to be mentioned? He's bad against enemies that are immune to his element? Yeah, that's like every carry in existence. Same applies to everyone, what? Without C1, Nuvula... What? Not really. The first point is also... wrong. But Flippy's Hydra... Moviga's bad against Pyro Slimes, yeah. What? I don't know, what? That's such a non-point.
Scaling potential to boot. Nuvolet's been a consummate presence in the metagame since its AD came out, and he'll continue to remain as such. As per usual, it wouldn't be a Var's top 5 without at least one questionable take, and this one might just be that. The newest character Veressa gets—
Why is Veressa questionable? What makes Veressa questionable? Veressa's so good. Everyone knows Veressa's good. Why is she questionable? What? Veressa's insane. Veressa's less questionable. Veressa's so good. What?
Gets to secure a spot as one of the best teams in the game, quite possibly the goofiest character in Genshin, and that's saying a lot considering how many derpy personalities we have. Veressa's DPS is nothing short of exquisite. Hard to believe this glutton is the one to put Raiden Shogun in her place. Like when most other
Florin did that a year ago.
Units, Veressa's all about personal damage, being another plunging attacker, therefore having good AoE clearing capability like Shell. Her biggest draw though is that she's essentially active at all times, meaning the real limitation is to her party members' buff durations. This makes her incredibly consistent and easy.
That's every character. That's every character in the game!
Easy to play. Running Overload on Veressa will put you extremely high in the DPS charts if you have the right characters. On that note, Veressa's best team will be yourself, Mavuika playing on-field support, Eon.
I kept using Nuvula against the Hydrotopa and I had no idea why it didn't succeed. Now I finally know.
Sun, who was also released alongside her.
Well, Vika doesn't need to be there.
And Chervis to power up Overload for the team. You're also more than welcome to play other traditional hyper carry supports like Farina, and as a plunging attacker, Xianyun's always a worthwhile option if you want to pack VV Shred on top of it. Obviously though, you need one other Nanlan unit to go along with her just to ensure Skull Cinder City, in which case
You don't need an ally
Give that
character.
honor to her coach. Yeon-san's buffing capability.
Like, okay, well, I don't know. Wait, like
characters.
Veresa's
best team will be yourself, Mavuika.
Yeon-san is a lot more important of a core unit to Veresa than Mavuika is.
Playing off
I feel
field
like people overrate how good Mavuika is for Veresa.
support. Yeon-san, who was also released alongside her, and Chervis to power up Overload for the team. You're also more than
What even would be the top 3 teams? Obviously Mavuika, like what, Mavuika, Skirk, Veresa.
welcome to play other traditional hybrid characters.
Or at least currently would be what, Mavuika, Veresa, Neuvillette.
Supports like Farina, and as a punching attacker, Xinyun's always a worthwhile option if you want to pack VV Shred on top of it. Obviously though,
Isn't C6 Aurora better than C5 Yeon-san? I'm right, crazy. I'm not sure. I'm not exactly sure.
Unit to go along with her just to ensure school is in the city.
But Yeon-san's obviously better at equal constellation.
In which case I'd give that honor to her coach. Yeon-san's buffing capability, while a bit more situational, is almost on par with Bennett. But in this party, Cinder City her coach. Yeon-san's buffing capability, while a bit more situational, is almost on par with Bennett. But in this party, Cinder City tips her over the edge if there's no one else who can hold it.
There's a... No, never mind. I'm not. I would be too nerd. I'm not going to discuss it.
Klutzy, food-loving but comically overpowered anime trope you see everywhere. Not only does she dish out more DPS than Shell, but she's also much more.
Why? Wait, why are they doing normal attacks with Veresa?
Trope you see everywhere. Not only does she dish out more DPS than Shell, but she's also much more party-friendly to boot, having a decent number of options even when compared to other Nanlan attackers. As far as downsides go, there really isn't much. She's just a really solid attacker.
C6 Jeffries is highly recommended factor 4. Again, why isn't this applied to every other character? Plunge playstyle can be cringe, sure. That's... I don't think any of these are like actual cons though. Good uptime. Flexible team options. This just said nothing. These are, every single point here is just a nothing point. They don't really mean anything.
Attacker with all the quality of life features of Genshin's modern character design. Some people might not be a fan of the whole punching attack playstyle though, but that's more preference than practicality. Next team's gonna be Arlecchino Hyper.
Did I just break my headphones? Oh, they're not. Oh, I think I should just break my headphones. Wait, wait. It's not appearing. Did I just break them? Okay, no, okay. I needed to adjust the headphone jack a bit. Okay, no. My headphones are fine. Yeah. Alright, there we go. That scared the fuck out of me for a second.
Carry might seem a bit rid.
Okay, yeah, they're fine. 7 last stream. Did you know? Yeah, I talked about this earlier. If you go back to the if you go back to when I was reacting to Sejef, I talked about how Arlecchino is just actual stolen valor. People overestimate her so much. Even Arlecchino is still good. Arlecchino is still very good, but I do think she's worse than every Natlan DPS. Chaska's the only like arguable one. And I also think she's worse than Chlorine.
Redundant to have 2 pyro attackers on the list, but what are you gonna do when a character's OP, a character's OP? Arlecchino's kind of like a
Arlecchino is an OP.
Cross between Neuvillette.
Mavuika's the only overpowered DPS in this game.
And Mavuika, having a nice... What are you gonna do when a character's OP, a character's OP? Arlecchino's kind of like a cross between Neuvillette and Mavuika, having a nice bit of both. On the Mavuika side, the Harbinger deals extraordinary amounts of damage. Not quite as high as the Pyro Archon, but still really far out there. Vertical investment pays off on her in spades. On the Neuvillette side, she has the same party flexibility and consistent uptime as the Hydro Sovereign.
What does
making her one of the best all-rounder characters in the game. One more benefit is that it is possible to run both.
Well, do Mulan and I don't think Bumpy has ever done a Chaska sheet. I don't think Bumpy has ever done a Chaska sheet. He had Mulan at 100k though with the Mavwika team.
The Mavwika and Arlecchino team at the same time if you want. Pinpointing the latter's best team can be tricky as she's able to run a wide variety of formations, but for my money, I'd say the two best ones are Traditional Hypercarry and Overload. Traditional Hypercarry entails Kazuha, Solali, and Bennett. Self-explanatory.
What?
One more benefit is that it is possible to run both the Mavwika and Arlecchino team at the same time if you want.
Okay, first of all, how did I miss that?
One more benefit is that it is possible to run both the Mavwika and Arlecchino team at the same time if you want. Pinpointing the latter's best team can be tricky as she's able to run a wide variety of formations, but
Chaska's the best now in DPS because she benefits from every Abyss blessing. True.
For my money, I'd say the two best ones are Traditional Hypercarry and Overload. Traditional Hypercarry entails.
Why is Kazuha here? What is Kazuha doing here? Shalonin doesn't exist anymore? Shalonin found dead in ditch. Sucrose found dead in ditch. Vars my gut with your flexible glazing Arlecchino.
Kazuha, Solali, and Bennett. Self-explanatory, I hope.
No, it's not! Explain! What's Kazuha doing here?
Pyro boosting and Cinder City from Solali, and Bennett because who doesn't want a free 1000 attack? That and also C6.
It's actually 1078 if you're using Ollie Flash, so you're wrong, boys.
I swear, if you guys still haven't activated your C6 on Bennett, I don't know what to tell you at this point. In any case, you can't go wrong with that team. For Overload, we're still using Bennett, but instead including Chevres and then Yanzan or Fischl for your Electro requirement. Fischl works better for the team, but Yanzan can work Cinder City, so it depends on if you want ease of use or optimization. Technically, you can still run a double Hydro.
What is Kazuha doing here? What
What makes Arlecchino think of her, Xingqiu, Yelan, and Kazuha, but I feel like the other two are more stable picks. Realistically though, that's what makes
extremely party. What the fuck? Can you just say flexible, please? Just say flexible. Extremely party agnostic, bro. Relax. Dude, it's so fun. Vars just invents shit that no one has said ever. Amazing damage with little fluctuation. Which is every single character. These pros and cons are so weird. Dude, he actually just says random shit. Permanent uptime. No, first of all, she doesn't have permanent uptime. To easily account for any rotation. Nobody can call you wrong if nobody understands what you're saying. Like, legit, just cut out all this fluff and say extremely flexible. Also, she can't run nearly every support. She can't run one of the best supports in the game, Farina, at C0. So no, she doesn't. Just say flexible. This is just such unnecessary glaze. Yeah, exactly! Arlecchino's damage is front-loaded too. And Melt teams is the biggest fluctuation ever. Her damage by nature is a fluctuation. Cons cannot be healed, sure. What? They're right next to each other! Makes it difficult for her to synergize with Farina. Meanwhile, able to run nearly any oh, you know what? I'm gonna lose my mind. A shielder is encouraged unless you are good at dodging.
Makes Arlecchino so good. You can play so many different characters with her that she doesn't have to fight with anyone else for opportunity cost.
Okay, I'm sorry, I can't get over this. Every character, like every good DPS can run almost every single support. Why is it specifically highlighted with Arlecchino and not anyone else? It's so weird. I'm not disagreeing, I just think it's weird. She's flexible. So is every other DPS in the game. Besides Skirk. I'm sorry, I did that just because you were there. This man put Flip in top 10 characters list and not Movika. What?
So good. You can play so many different characters with her that she doesn't have to fight with anyone else for opportunity cost. An excellent fighter with a lot going for her in consistency and value. Last but not least, we have Milani.
I'm sorry, Ange, I feel bad.
Yet another newcomer to the list and a
Look at the... Am I just gonna get slurred? There's nothing in my DMs. I mean, Arle does have more archetypes and mystical characters, sure.
Very powerful one at that. Much like how Mavuika prioritizes raw damage.
I just think it's weird.
Lakino's all about consistency. Milani shares that dynamic with Neuvillette, choosing to value. Last but not least, we have Milani, yet another newcomer to the list and a very powerful one at that. Much like how Mavuika prioritizes raw damage while Arlecchino's all about consistency, Milani shares that dynamic with Neuvillette.
What?
Like how Mavuika prioritizes raw damage while Arlecchino's all about consistency.
Movika just deals more damage while being more consistent.
Milani shares that dynamic with Neuvillette, choosing to bet everything all on the big deeps. The key objective.
No, you can't really conflate Milani and Movika's playstyles.
Objective for the server is to achieve forward vaporize, capitalizing on the outstanding scaling of her empower on the big deeps. The key objective for the server is to achieve forward vaporize, capitalizing on the outstanding scaling of her empower normal attack and elemental burst to one-tap everything around her. In a sense, while Kanish and Chaska prefer to go for quantity, Milani goes for quality.
What does that mean?
To one-tap everything around her. In a sense, while Kanish and Chaska prefer to go for quantity, Milani goes for quality. She is bar none the highest HP scaling.
Am I going crazy? What does that mean? I'm so confused. As far as Movika is inconsistent against the virus, I think he means single, but he's still wrong. Cause he's gonna call Mualani a single target DPS in a second. I'm so I just don't understand his point.
In the game and a relatively straightforward playstyle to boot. So with that in mind, you'll want yourself Mavuika,
sure,
Shilonen, and Sugros. Same basic principle. Mavuika to tag enemies with Pyro.
Okay, Ria, I actually slept right before this stream, don't worry.
Shilonen for buffing and debuffing plus sustain, and Sugros for more buffing and debuffing, plus the grouping.
Technically, you could use Lolly and get better results. I did!
If and when you need to clump enemies together for easy tagging with their skill and ultimate. Milani does have AoE, but Sugros can help out a bit with that, and the extra enemies together for easy tagging with their skill and ultimate. Milani does have AoE, but Sugros can help out a bit with that, and the extra elemental mastery makes for even bigger vapes. Alternatively, you can switch out Sugros for Kasaha or C2 Silali for extra.
Why C2? And Kazuha doesn't really work as well.
Hydro damage. The cryo application might trigger melts by accident, but you're still good on that front more or less. Now if you're running this party, you want to put as much DPS on Mavuika and Zolali as possible because you shouldn't run multiple Cinder Cities. Then in this party, you want to put as much DPS on Mavuika.
He's just saying words.
Might trigger melts by accident, but you're still good on that front more or less. Now if you're running this party, you want to put as much DPS on Mavuika and Zolali as possible because you should.
Is that not with every team in the game? And what you put Sitlali on instructors.
You want to put as much DPS on Mavuika and Zolali as possible because you shouldn't run multiple.
What does this mean?
Now if you're running this party, you want to put as much DPS.
You want to put as much DPS into Mavuika and Sitlali as possible.
Because you shouldn't run multiple.
But Sitlali is on instructors. Do you mean you want to optimize their sets to not overlap?
Cinder Cities. They don't stack after all. Mulani would definitely be one of the best front-loaded attackers out.
Oh my god! I'm gonna hurt someone. That has competition against Nuvilla as a Hydro DPS. They don't even use the same units, really. The only common unit they share is like what, Shilonen? And why wasn't that a positive for... why wasn't that a positive? Why wasn't that a negative for Arlecchino? That she's competing with the best DPS in the game in the exact same team as her. We'll need to reset a couple of times. And then, oh my god, this isn't true either. Worse in AoE compared to other teams. No. Mualani's very good in AoE. She's better in AoE than she is in single target. She's able to mark up to 5 enemies and deal damage to them all at a time. And gets more shark bites in AoE. Why do people downplay Mualani being good in AoE so much? There's a difference between AoE and multi-target. If it's multi-target, you should specify that. But no, Mualani's good in AoE. And what DPSs are better in AoE than Mualani? There's not a lot of them. And competing with Nuvula isn't really a negative when they can both run separate teams.
At the moment, and is remarkably flexible despite her one-dimensional playstyle. I encourage players to make liberal use of her if they have her, even if you're a Neuvillette spammer. Something one-dimensional. Mualani would definitely be one of the best front-loaded attackers at the moment, and is remarkably flexible despite her one-dimensional playstyle.
Why did Mualani just catch a stray? One-dimensional playstyle, that's... You know what?
I encourage players to make liberal use of her if they have her, even if you're in version 4 and 5. We spent a great deal of time on elemental reactions back in versions 2 and 3, so it makes sense that Hoyo is going in a new direction. There's also just a big limitation to going reaction teams in that you can only do so much with them, whereas personal DPS basically has no limits. That's not to imply reaction teams like Bloom, Quicken, Freeze, Overload, Taser, and whatnot can't work, it's just...
What? Why is Overload there? Wait, why is Overload there?
Basically has no limits. That's not to imply reaction teams like Bloom, Quicken, Freeze, Overload...
Wait, what? Wait.
Much with them, whereas personal DPS basically has no limits. That's not to imply reaction...
Wait. Freeze? Wait, what? Freeze and Overload are based on raw talent damage. He talked about... Wait, this guy... Wait, what? Rest is right here! And her best team is Overload! Am I going insane?
That's basically the direction the game's been going in throughout version 4 and 5. We spent a great deal of time on elemental reactions back in versions 2 and 3, so it makes sense that Hoyo is going in a new direction. There's also just a big limitation to going reaction teams in that you can only do so much with them, whereas...
I hate the term reaction team. Every team is a reaction team. Almost every team in the game is a reaction team.
Personal DPS basically has no limits. That's not to imply reaction teams like Bloom, Quicken, Freeze,
And what makes Freeze or Overload reaction teams when the majority of them are predicated on the raw talent damage of characters?
Overload, Taser, and whatnot can't work, it's just that right now the best...
Is that 80 volume and headphones? Yes.
Attackers in the game all happen to be hypercarries. Malvika, Kanish, Chaska, Mualani, and Varessa are all new additions to the video, and they're all from Netland, and they're all hypercarry focused.
I'm going to throw this headset 20 feet across the room.
They simply have a higher stat line than the units we're used to from version...
Oh, hi Blue. Welcome back.
4 and prior. All things considered though, by this point we have more than enough teams capable of annihilating what little endgame content Genshin has to offer, so if you're not having any trouble clearing Spiral Abyss with your child international, Ollie Quick Bloom, Nilu Bountiful Bloom, Hutao Double Hydro, so on and so forth, then you're more than welcome to continue using them. The game...
And wait, Chaska's here and she's like the most reaction-oriented character in the game.
You may have power prepped a lot in terms of characters, but not really in
I'm
terms
gonna
of
lose my
content
mind.
yet, so instead you can use this video as a way to start a fun side project for a new team. Nonetheless, I hope you found this video insightful. Let me know what—
No! You said nothing! Vars, the king of talking so much but saying actually nothing. Free to play Nouvellette with prototype members of agreed.
other teams you think are worth mentioning in the comments down below. But for now, if you enjoyed the video, I'd appreciate it if you left a like and subscribe.
God. I'm asleep. It's like 2 a.m. Alright, good night, Barfer. Yeah, no, I agree. The list is fine. The list is honestly fine. Like, I don't disagree with the actual placements. It's just that I don't know how Vars is incapable of defending an argument. Or, like, giving reasons. I don't— how can he be— you know what, no more react. If I react any harder, I'm going to— no more reactions. I'm done with reactions. No more reactions from this point forward. We are going to be doing quality content. I can't hate on fellow yappers. Hi, Godslayer. Kill it, Genshin Corp Part 3, Vars Part 3. Why don't you disagree with this placement? Arlecchino's the sneak. Yeah, Arlecchino's the only one I do think is the, like, questionable. I feel like everything else is fair. And what content? This amazing HSR event.
My experience.
Oops. Ignore that. Is that Herta? Yes, it is. Herta got a glow up. So it's quality content and so just the HSR. What do you— this game is peak. God, I'm hungry as fuck. I haven't eaten anything all day. I woke up— my sleep schedule is my playback. Like, the Twitch playback seems fine. YouTube one broke for me, Twitch stream is fine. Okay, excuse everyone, go to the Twitch stream. Yo! Excuse for everyone to go to Twitch. Stream broke after watching Vars. Wait, what's wrong with the YouTube stream? I only have the Twitch stream open because I thought that would be the one that would break. It looks fine for me. Reloading YouTube helps. It seems fine. Okay, whatever. This is like the big benefit of dual streaming. Play the Vars top 10 characters of 2025. The video. Do you guys want to see one more? Want to see get directly buffed? Eula. If let's only include 5 stars for simplicity. Eula, Albedo. It's not really it. Eula, Albedo, Ito, and Venti. I think that's the only characters I think actually need the direct buffs. Okay, Chiori too actually. Play. What happened to the YouTube stream? Wait, what? Wait, is the YouTube stream breaking for anyone else? Or is it just Volps? Oh yeah, Yoimiya too. Yes, Yoimiya needs a buff. I don't honestly think Klee is fine. I don't even think Klee needs any kit changes. She just needs like bigger like actual motion value buffs. I think that would save her. I think her kit is fine as it is. YouTube stream keeps crashing. It's breaking for me too. Excuse to go to Twitch. If the stream breaks for you, you can just go to Twitch. Twitch stream seems fine. I thought it was internet. No, my internet's fine. Like, it's streaming the YouTube fine. Like, the Twitch stream is fine. I don't know why it's weird on YouTube. Twitch is ads fest? Did I see 1 damage? It's scripted! Okay, wait, I need to sort this out now. Hold on, wait, I need to fix my stream first. It looks fine though for me. Oh, did it just break as it's lagging? Never mind. That's weird. Should I it keeps lagging? If it's lagging, then go to the Twitch stream. It's fine. No, it is okay, I'm on the playback. It is lagging. Okay. My internet's why is this is so? Why does the Twitch stream work and the YouTube stream doesn't? How does that make sense? Never mind. Honestly, it's picking favor. Honestly, is this? Let's just end the stream then. I'll stream again tomorrow. I'm hungry anyways. That's why is Twitch what's YouTube doing? YouTube servers might be fucked. No, we won. What's the point? Yeah, but my YouTube stream is breaking. So like, I have a 15-minute break. Okay, I will carry on streaming if I get hurt as light cone. That jump scared the fuck out of me. You got it to watch the. Oh my god! Fine. All right, it's kind of better now. You mentioned 50 minutes isn't enough to finish the video. I'm seeing the stream break on YouTube, but it's completely fine on Twitch. That's so weird. If you guys don't want to experience lag, then Twitch stream. There. Alright, I'm gonna start the video now, though. I got hurt as like while watching your stream, so thanks. IP logger, surely. I can pretend a minute. Okay, wait, I need to quickly put this in. Alright, let's go. Shut the fuck up! Wait, I just realized there's completely no audio right now. Like, from the game or anything. Okay. What did you ask me to watch? Top 10 teams? This would be such a good watch.
Hey guys, welcome back to another Genshin.
For context, this should be right after Malvika came out? This is right after Malvika came out, right? Holy need Twitch streamer. Hi, and Dad. Oops.
Hey guys, welcome back to another Genshin Impact video. Around the same time last year, I made a video on the 10 best characters in the game, and I felt like it was high time I updated now that we're a good ways into version 5. While the game has been slowing down in regards to new character releases at the tail end of version 4, it sped up a good deal in version 5, resulting in 2024 and early 2025 having some of the most influential characters in the metagame to date. With that in mind, it's time to update last year's video and bring you 2025's top 10 best characters. So far anyway.
Is this the right one? Wait, Andrew, is this the right one? Oh, I'm so stupid. We're still watching whoa, relax with the HSR slop. HSR's Pete.
To reiterate, since it's been a year, the angle I'm taking with this video isn't strictly about which characters are the strongest or have the fastest abyss clears. I want to focus on units who contribute the most for all types of players, whether for free-to-play, pay-to-win, speedrunners, giga whales, and to waifu enjoyers. The one focus
you can't encompass all of that in one video.
With this video isn't strictly about which characters are the strongest or have the fastest abyss clears. I want to focus on units who contribute the most for all types of players, whether for free-to-play.
You can't really do that though. You can't like. That's such a weird stat. You can't really encompass all players. You usually have to have like one certain target, because what a speedrunner would value is very different from what a free-to-play player would value. Like it wouldn't be the same thing. So I don't know.
Play, pay-to-win, speedrunners, giga whales, and to waifu enjoyers. The ones
How do you encompass waifu enjoyers in a video?
to perform best in the metagame have an obvious correlation to build value, so if you've been keeping up with the current state of affairs, I don't think you'll be surprised by my choices. But for those who are just starting out, or maybe you took a break and came back, here are my recommendations for characters that should be in everyone's account. As always, just because I don't include a character in this list doesn't mean they're bad or shouldn't be sought after. These are just a 10 who in my opinion cover the most scenarios and are the most. But for those who are just starting out, or maybe you took a break and came back, here are my recommendations for characters that should be in everyone's account.
Okay, here's what I kind of don't like.
Always, just because I don't include a character in this list.
I hate when people kind of like strawman it. Like if someone says where's X character, I feel like you should have your standard should be good enough to have a reasonable reason for a character not to be there. I might go, wait, why do you have a sugar daddy? What happened? Like if you're gonna, I don't know. I don't like strawmanning like ALO DPS. What if someone brings up a good character that should be here but you don't include?
Doesn't mean they're bad or shouldn't be sought after. These are just a 10 who in my opinion cover the most scenarios and are the most valuable for the general player. Got 2 honorable mentions alongside that, so without further ado, let's begin. First honorable mention will be the newly added Pyro Archon.
Malvika doesn't make the top 10? Wait, Malvika doesn't make the top 10? Really? The best DPS in the game isn't a recommendation? He sent me $300. What? Damn. Wait, how does the best DPS in the game and arguably one of the best all-fields DPS in the game how do they not make to provide so much value to Kinich, Mualani, and Charles? How do they not make the? No, you're kidding. No, Arlecchino's above here? No way. You're joking.
Malvika. I was inclined to put Malvika in the actual top 10 list, but I can't in good conscience do so on account of
why?
The myriad of caveats that accompany her, namely in how party restricted she is.
Malvika being restricted has to be the most. What? Malvika and restrictive in what? How? Because she needs Natlan characters? The amount of Natlan characters we've been given for free? The same restrictions that almost everyone else in the game has? She has so many options. Can you make the video slightly louder? Sure. I don't know. Well, people conflate a restriction with being restrictive. It's the same way people hyper focus on like Nuvula doesn't get his 3 draconic stacks. Linny isn't being played in mono pyro. Rina needs a team-wide healer. It's like, no. You're doing like the worst, you're looking at the worst possible scenario. and not the actual like reality of the situation.
Base level though, she still ranks among the best characters in the game, hence why she's deserving of an honorable mention. With the right party, Mavuika's DPS output, especially when applied in a front-loaded manner, is hands
Why is Farina there?
down the best, and her sub DPS and token buffing capability also handles
It's so weird. How do you not put the best DPS in the game on here?
a passing number of parties. That being said, party agnosticism is something I value very much.
The top 10 best characters doesn't include the best. Okay, if there's any other DPS on, just are good. If the it's so weird. Same thing with Farina. Like Farina needs a healer. Meanwhile, Bennett exists. Malvika needs Natlin characters. Natlin characters are like some of the best supports in the game, or paired with some, or like just some of the best DPS to use alongside. So it's like, is that really even if you want to say it's a restriction, is it a bad restriction or?
And most. At the current moment though, it is enough to get in the way of her. All the same, you cannot—
Maybe okay, this was on her release, right? So maybe I can see it. Maybe. Vars also doesn't look at leaks. Maybe. How do you have a vid in 2 times speed and make it last as long as a Kendrick Lamar? No, like,
underestimate Mavuika's power level, and depending on your account situation, you're more than welcome to make an argument to put her in top 10. Second honorable mention is going to be Zhongli. Despite being far from a top meta performer,
did we go back to 2022? What do you mean? How do I answer that? I'm just an amazing analyst. Why is Zhongli here? Lolly just came out. Zhongli in 2022. Was Lanyan out at this time? Wait, wasn't 5.3 Lanyan released in 5.3, right? Am I going crazy? Didn't Lanyan just release in this patch? Yes?
Zhongli still clears 95% of the roster in usage in Spiral Abyss for no reason.
Okay, it's fine.
Reason other than comfort. Everyone's aware he does no favors for you in DPS, even with the AoE Shroud on Dominus Lapidus, nor does a Geo element do anything to assist reactions. But the key reason behind everyone spamming him in Spiral Abyss to this day is that he's the definition of stability. By having a shield up, you can essentially ignore all enemy attacks and do your thing. Anytime you get staggered, or heaven forbid get killed, that's technically a loss in DPS and uptime.
You know, slotting in Zhongli. Did you know that slotting in Zhongli and losing a lot of your buff, like a lot of good support, is also a DPS loss? Did you know that there's other good shielders in the game? Did you know that there's healers in the game that also heal you to where you don't die?
Dodging key attacks will eat up 1 or 2 seconds of a character's buff, which can add up. Having Zhongli is not optimal, but he's comfortable, and comfortability does still matter. If you're someone who wants to have an easy time playing the game, he's without question the best at doing so, but if you're focused on big PP damage, then I suppose you can skip him, hence why he's an honorable mention. Okay, now
It's the fact that Zhongli is alongside Mavuika in honorable mentions, which is hilarious. If there is a single DPS on this list, I'm going to cry.
we're on to the actual top 10 list, and bear in mind, not in any particular order. First start is going to be Arlecchino. Hear me out, hear me out.
I actually went outside. I'm being so serious. I literally went outside. I actually went outside. I just walked outside my door. Oh my god.
I already know 8 of you are writing in the comments why Arlecchino and not Mavuika. Merely because the former is more consistent and can use more characters. The only condition Arlecchino realistically needs is a shield, and even
What? What? Arlecchino's more first of all, Arlecchino's more consistent. Second, Arlecchino needs a shield. Did you know that she gets like plus 20% resistance and also heals herself? Has an on-command heal at any time? And I cannot pick up the call. And I can't pick up the call. You're gonna say some very choice thing. Oh my god, fine. We have 1 minute. Also, you're at work.
I told you! I told you! I told you! I told you! Ah! Ah!
Okay, goodbye, Ange. Oh my god. Based work call? Oh. There's still 10 minutes of this video!
and then she doesn't particularly need one courtesy of her burst auto-healing her back to full.
But you... What? Why even mention it?
In a pinch, Arlecchino's base damage and uptime are so enormously high that you can
looks inside, worse in raw damage than every Natlin DPS barring Chaska.
pair her with an exhaustive array of party members. You can use her in Vaporize teams, Melt teams, Overload teams, Monopyro teams. You can
Did you know that Malvika can do that exact as well?
play her with 4-star characters, 5-star.
Did you? What the fuck? What's you, Farina, you launched it, lolly?
Star characters. She can deal big damage to bosses and last in multiple waves, and she's arguably the most forgiving DPS character in the game rotation.
Did I enter an alternate timeline? The glaze! I've never, oh my god. This is like next to the Jeff Glazing Zing show.
Wise, thanks to her ultimate being a reset button.
Using the ultimate is... Using the ultimate doesn't make it rotationally flexible. The ultimate is a panic heal button. The ultimate is not good rotationally. It makes your rotations worse because you clear your bond of life. On top of you disaligning with your other support's cooldowns. The burst optimally is never used unless you need healing. And if you do use the burst, you kind of have to just force reset your rotation. Because it's a bad thing. You don't want to use the burst. The burst isn't to reset rotations. I don't want to watch this.
Arlecchino does so much and can fit in so much, so between her and Mavuika, one's all about streamlined, consistent output and party flexibility, while the other has two parts, one being off-field application and the other being raw on-field damage. It's highly unlikely Arlecchino will get power crept even as more pyro units come out, because the only
Yo, Yo, what am I listening to?
But if you're focused on big PP damage,
Wait.
Arlecchino does so much. Again, I'm so tired of this. Even as more pyro units come out, because the only person who cares less about circumstance than her is Neuvillette. That's how free she is. I suppose having mentioned Neuvillette, we should include him here. Again, I'm so tired of this guy, to be honest.
How did Neuvillette make it? Do they know? Oh my god, even if you want to say Molvika needs one, like, Natlan character that's a 5-star, Neuvillette performance between having Farina and not having Farina is, like, just as big as Molvika with using fucking Kachina. Unless you want to assume, like, Vaporize Neuvillette, which is very, extremely hard to play properly. So, like, why is it just selective who we apply the standards to? Molvika needs an Natlan character, but Neuvillette and his Farina reliance? That doesn't exist.
Honestly, the worst thing to happen to the game since Zhongli. I say that because Neuvillette is like that addiction you say you're not
Hard to play, and it's a self-rotation. It's the fact that vaping with Neuvillette is inconsistent.
addicted to, and that you can quit any time, but you don't. He was never known for having the highest DPS in the game as other characters.
He had like one of the highest DPS like at the time of his release. People use that's such coping with Neuvillette. I'm sorry. Like, Neuvillette did have high DPS, that's why people liked him. The meme was that Neuvillette could solo the Abyss. His DPS was high when he released. That's why Neuvillette was considered in a good place. Neuvillette not being, like, having the highest DPS is just copium for when he go power crept and damage later. Like, yes, now he isn't now currently he isn't a top tier because of his damage, right? But before, that was the biggest thing about him, is that he did more damage than everyone else.
Characters can definitely beat him up, and Neuvillette is the epitome of consistency and not. He was never known for having the highest DPS in the game, as other characters can definitely beat him up, and Neuvillette is the epitome of
why is
you don't.
Why
he was
is
never known for having the highest
there?
DPS in the game, as other characters can
What the fuck? Why is it God. Oh my god, I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm gonna go insane. Oh my god. Why is so high there? What? It's a person. What is so high?
definitely beat him up, and Neuvillette is the epitome of consistency and ease of use, meaning until Genshin power creeps to Kingdom Come, he'll forever be a stable presence on this list. By far the highest baseline across the roster in terms of damage, party flexibility, and AoE coverage. Several units like Chaska, Arlecchino, Milani, and Mavuika can dish out more against a single enemy, but Neuvillette is the king of AoE clearing. Forever be a stable presence on this list. By far the highest baseline across the roster in terms of damage, party flexibility, and AoE coverage.
Was that a Sip 7 team sheet?
Of consistency and ease of use, meaning until Genshin power creeps to Kingdom Come, he'll forever be a stable presence on this list. By far the highest baseline across the roster in terms of damage, party flexibility.
Look, are you guys seeing these? Why are you guys looking at this? Oh my god, I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry. I'm crying. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm crying. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm crying. I'm actually crying. I'm actually crying. Oh my god. Oh. I can't breathe. Oh my god. I can't breathe. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm actually crying. No, no, I Jade, I hate you so much. Why did you remind me? Stop! You guys, no, you guys are making me laugh too much. Stop. Stop. Oh my god. Uh, I've been defeated. The thing, I understand this was pre-Farina. Like, I'm completely aware of that. It's just the fact that he still included these. Like, you could have. Also this. Like, I get the sheet was made pre-Farina. This video was made post-Farina. So why not include like an updated sheet or something, or like. Oh my god. Do you guys get what I mean? Like, I understand that that list was made pre-Farina, but this video was made a year after Farina's release. So, like, include updated teams if you're going to mention and bat his flexibility.
Hasn't already been said, Novelette's a busted character far beyond the time he came out, which is insane to think about.
Okay, hold on.
AoE coverage. Several units like Chaska, Arlecchino, Milani, and Mavuika can dish out more against.
Okay, the funny thing about this is that Mavuika and Mualani are better AoE characters. What?
A single enemy, but Novelette is the king of AoE clearing. The classic spin to win will still more than clear out entire chamber.
Oh my fucking god.
In record time. That being said, he still puts up an incredible fight against bosses. I don't know what more I can say.
Oh yes, my favorite team against Hilitrals.
Hasn't already been said, Novelette's a busted character far beyond the time he came out, which is insane to think about. The man was released in 2023. Normally, DPS characters face trouble standing the test of time compared to supports. Novelette is very much the exception.
True,
on the subject of characters that appear to never leave the meta, whether we like
Hu Tao was released in 1.0 and is still like a top 20, top 15 DPS. Primo Vico was being considered in like top 5 discussions maybe. Like, characters last a lot in this game.
Or not, let's talk Bennett. From day one, he's been in contention for one of the best characters in the game, owing to how mind-numbingly.
Dude, if he says anything, if he somehow messes up glazing Bennett, I'll be damned.
Easy it is to get into optimal performance, and the sheer number of parties he can be used in. The community thought he finalist in the game, owing to how mind-numbingly easy it is to get into optimal performance, and the sheer number of parties he can be used in.
Sure.
The community.
Questionable, but sure.
He thought he finally reached an endpoint when Fontaine pushed more HP scaling units like Novelette and Farina, only for them to go full-on attack mode for the latter half of version 4 and all of version 5. From Arlecchino to Ganesh to Chaska to Mavuika, there simply is no escape from Bennett. Not in a bad way, mind you. While the Power 5's equity has diminished over the years, they still do a bang-up job holding the fort.
Dude, Vars inventing the Power 5 was the biggest crime to humanity.
By giving free-to-plays and new players endgame caliber units, you can't really beat a 1000 plus attack buff and huge healing. And if you see Bennett on here, you know exactly who's coming next. Enter the real.
Is Fischl on this list? Are we gonna include enjoying the video so far? No, I'm not. How did Zhang Ling, Mavuika, and Novelette have made it? Sorry, Zhang Ling, Arlecchino, and Novelette have made it over Mavuika.
Pyro Archon. Everyone was hoping Xiangling would be ousted from her throne by Mavuika, but if you recall in my Why Everyone Plays episode on her, I mentioned that even if Mavuika is in the same line of work as her, the fact that Xiangling's a 4-star with access to
why does that matter?
Arguably the best weapon type in the game, and no shortage of
she's what? Polearms weren't. Oh my. What? Why do weapon types? The fact that she's a polearm. What am I listening to?
Teams you can use her and makes her a consummate favorite throughout Genshin's history.
Claymores get serpent spine.
That statement holds true today. While significantly higher investment is required in terms of artifacts compared to her best friend, Xiangling offers a well-balanced combination of damage, area coverage, uptime, and application, and with the pyro element witnessing a resurgence in recent times, Xiangling gets to join the fun. Like Bennett, she's been a huge beneficiary of the recent DPS characters we got. And next,
Chaska Xiangling. What? Why is Movika there?
excellent companion for the new Burning and Virgin units, and she can ride alongside Milani and Dalekino as well. It's been a good year for Pyro, that's for sure. We're not going to see her disappear from the meta for a long time. The next character I want to go over is Furina. There used to be a very bit of debate on who truly was the best Hydro support between the three, but over time, Furina's extreme damage boosting capability and remarkable off-field Hydro DPS make her as powerful as she's versatile. We no longer have a shortage of healing supports who can stack up her.
Why is Kokumi there? What's Kokumi doing here?
Fanfare, and at the risk of sounding like a broken record, the meta has been shifting more in favor of hyper carry once again. Reaction teams are still good, and Furina can easily contribute to said teams, but she was the meta has been shifting more in favor of hyper carry once again. Reaction teams are still good, and Furina can easily contribute to said teams, but she was truly blessed by the rise in personal DPS carries. Clorant, Emily, Milani, Kanish, Shaska, Mavuika, 6 new DPS characters of whose teams Furina's at their best.
Wait, Emily?
In personal DPS carries. Clorant, Emily, Milani, Kanish.
Honestly, I think it's base to put Emily there, because I actually do like Emily on-field carry. Not gonna, you're not gonna lie. I do fuck with Emily on-field carry. Like, I feel like I fuck with it, but like I wouldn't include it here, if you get what I mean. You know, like I fuck with Emily on-field carry, but I wouldn't include it here. I have to go to work. Oh my god. Milani, I think everyone else is fine. Kinichi's just kind of meh.
Niche, Shaska, Mavuika, 6 new DPS characters of whose teams Furina's at their best in slot in.
But like he called Emily
a very practical choice at worst. I would even say you can use her with Arlecchino in spite of the anti-synergy if you have Furina at T2 for quicker stacking, but that's more of a whale strategy. Then when you also account for her being best in slot for Shell, Navia, Hutao,
okay, no sneaks there.
Let Ayaka, deadass almost every team in the game. If I were to pick a definitive best character in Genshin Impact, it would be Furina. Not a single character has come out since her release in late 2023 who can buff the party's DPS to the same extent as her. Xilonen comes.
No, she's not. Furina isn't a good buffer. Like, Furina isn't good because she buffs. She's good because she buffs, applies Hydro, and does damage all at once.
Plus, if we include artifacts, but up to 75% party
like her amplification isn't really that good. Especially if you look at it on average, her amplification isn't really that good.
Damage 100% is C1 and then 124% is C3. It's good.
Like her buffing, like with KQMS standards, I like talent level 9 is like a 40% common damage bonus. Like she's competing with Scroll on average.
It's gonna be a long while before the Hydro Archon gets power crept. A long while. Having mentioned Xilonen, let's go over her next. Another new addition to the.
Why are you surprised about Emily being an on-field DPS? You literally said Dalies a carry, you're not fair enough.
The top 10, Xilonen's also in contention for potentially the best character in the entire game. Though a Geo character, she was able to utilize Crystallizer's property of mixing.
Okay, so far, he, like, hasn't been on a sneak streak.
With multiple elements to essentially become a second, more consistent version of Kazuha, who focuses on uptime and sustain over crowd control and elemental mastery. Xilonen's advantage comes from the fact that unlike Virtus and Venerate and Kazuha's A4 passive, Skulls in the City and Xilonen's Shred apply much more easily and for a longer time. Instead of having to manually.
It's not really easier.
Swirl each element, Xilonen can activate her skill, and every party member gets their respective element shredded onto the target. Cinder City buffs all elements pertaining to the reaction, making her a very consistent buffer for any Pyro, Hydro, Cryo, Electro, and Geo character, offering a huge array of party-wide damage boost buffing capability as Furina, and she also just does no personal damage. Xilonen can cover more supportive bases. She doesn't have the same pure offensive buffing capability.
She buffs more than Furina! She literally buffs more. What? I'm gonna lose my mind. She's quite literally just a stronger buffer than Furina.
Ability as twice that could make her the best general support in the game.
20 minutes and still only 9 minutes.
Next, let's go over Kazuha. After 3 years,
Kazuha over Mavuika.
Kazuha now has to share a spot with Xilonen in regards to the reaction buffing support, but in no way did he fall off from her inclusion. Quite the opposite, certain teams like Novelek can actually make use of both at the same time, simultaneously stacking their respective shreds and DPS buffs for extreme damage. Kazuha requires comparatively higher maintenance and execution than Xilonen, as he can only buff the elemental damage of whatever element gets swirled, and not for quite the same length as Xilonen. That being said, he's still relatively straightforward, and his grouping capability and personal damage cannot be understated. Remember, he builds elemental mastery, so when he swirls he actually does decent damage, and the periodic damage of his ultimate can contribute a bit as well. Kazuha's party Gnosticism remains as Kazuha has a higher ceiling and is more offense-oriented in general, while Shilonin's more consistent and easier to use.
Wait, what? I hate this fucking consistent ceiling bullshit. He doesn't know what he's saying.
Easier to use. Until Animo gets another support like him, he'll forever be a stable presence in top 10. Moving on, we got another character who I'm sure no one is surprised to see moving away from our dependence on.
Kazuha can do like 20 to 30% of the team's damage in AoE if it's like EC or aggravate. It makes the difference in aggravate teams. It's why he's kind of just better in aggravate teams. But like for any team that isn't EC or aggravate, he doesn't really do that much damage.
On her, seeing as neither Kanish nor Emily demand her as the best in slot, anytime Dendro is mentioned, so too is a Dendro Archon. Nahida's value stems from her ease of use and how much is given through that ease of use. By 360 no-scoping, she can
tying on Twitch, by the way. No worries.
On your team, which is usually her, as you want to have roughly 1k element.
Or is that just me lagging? 360
mastery to get the full 250. On that note, if you invest into her C2, Nahida can even break enemy defense by the
It's so weird how we... Okay, do you know what's so crazy about this, right? Do you know what's so weird about... Like, he selectively applies constellations. Like, yeah, let's talk about Nahida C2. But Malvika C1 fixes the main issue you have with her, which allows her to burst every rotation. It's so weird. I will only talk about constellations when it benefits my argument.
The highest DM party member on your team, which is usually her, as you want to have roughly 1k elemental mastery to get the full 250. On that note, if you invest into her C2, Nahida can even break enemy defense by 30% and cause bloom and burning reactions to have a chance to critically strike. She literally breaks the rules. Nahida can even break enemy defense by 30% and cause bloom and burning reactions to have a chance to critically strike. She literally breaks the rules of the game. There's not a single...
Not gonna lie, I completely forgot that Nahida C2 applies to burning. Like, it makes burning crit too.
Other Dendro unit who comes close to her in market value. The only...
Tignari?
A chance to critically strike. She literally breaks the rules of the game. There's not a single other Dendro unit who comes close to her in market value. The only person who can potentially be more useful than her depending on the team comp is Baitu, since he can also provide sustain, or Emily for very specific parties, but in most...
I've already talked about how I don't like Emily being called niche.
So the teams, anytime you're asking what Dendro character to use, it's Nahida. Case closed. Second to last character will actually be 2, Xingqiu and Yelan. I know they're functionally
over Malvika.
Different characters, but your reasons for using them are practically the same. And I felt...
Like, I'm not against Yulon or Xingqiu being here, it's just the fact that they're over Malvika. Like, especially at the... Because this was pre-Escoffier.
Like it would have...
The same thing, you just said this... What?
Xingqiu and Yelan have essentially 2 roles, either vaporize support for units like Arlecchino who Tama stuff, or off-field application.
Either be an off-field applicator, or an off-field applicator. Am I crazy?
2 roles, either
they're 2
more for hyper carry support thanks to Ascension passive raising the active character's damage. Historically, we've been using them together whenever applicable, as they can overlay Hydro on top of each other to make reverse vaporize the breeze. But in the past year, they found more usage without each other now that we've been getting more characters. Yelan and Xingqiu may no longer be in contention for the best Hydro character, with Verena convincingly taking the spot, but they're still definitely among the best in the game. Finally, we have Solali, which was
based Vars pick.
In the eyes of many, she's more of a neat teams. First and foremost, she's a shielder, always good to have. More importantly, she first melts to do high damage. As well, she can buff the team to deal bonus pyro and hydro damage, which are the 2 most extensive elements in the game right now, party and roster size-wise. Higher constellations can give her even more supportive and sub-TPS capability, and being a Nightsoul user, she of course makes use of this Intercity artifact set, raising her value even higher. Compared to Zhongli, Solali doesn't make her team invincible, but she makes up for it by doing more than just shielding, offering her own personal damage and more damage for your team. Right now, she's good enough to where you can use her in multiple high-performing teams, and there's a strong chance her market value will increase.
I ignored Jello. Oh no, I didn't. Okay, okay. Okay, me and Jello are like really close friends, and we DM about stuff. And he told me to give him, like, he's making a tier list right now, like an updated tier list. I think to release like during 5.8 or 6.0. And I just like, when Vars mentioned this, I was like thinking in my head, oh wait. Jello messaged me about his tier list asking to like change placements. And I just got so scared that I thought I ignored him, but no, I responded. I'm very bad at responding to people. Huh. That actually scared me. I was like, oh wait, I'm a horrible friend. Good lord, okay. Good lord. Flip, you should have just gone eat. I like how you mentioned speedruns free to play in Wales at the beginning, and it's now not saying who's good for who, yeah. Yes, you are bad at responding. Hi, Ria. Okay. I know that we didn't get to finish the HSR event because this just became a React Andy stuff. And I will be ending stream for today. Long, but anyways, thank you guys so much for being here. I'm going to go eat and post some more shorts. There's a short on cannibalism, which I hope you guys will enjoy. Done. Yep, I'm done. Done my 5 hours. This stream was not supposed to be this long. But with that out of the way,